Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,844,000,000 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not on the record. 1 trillion 911 billion.
I have nothing new to say.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu
100% to deal with Nigerians.
Jeez.
People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience.
I enjoy that dance. Obviously, you will say, not because of the individuals or the female species that they say they've danced, but because it has a way of moving, moving you, and I appreciate those who dance in that, and I hope we'll get more of these beautiful dances, or from other parts of Nigeria also. So we're not only, the only reason why we play this one, that's the ones we can lay our hands to right now. Anyway, you are welcome to today's program, and it's going to be, a whole lot of issues we're going to be discussing, because see, Nigeria is a kind of place where all kinds of news come out. You are struggling to see which you can place, above the other. So we are going to be a bit of skipping through, starting with something that is happening right now, and we'll just make a mention of it and see 1 or 2 videos from that, and then we'll move into the main topic. And so it's going to be a good day. It's going to be great. I'm standing in. My name is KJ. I'm standing in here on behalf of Dr. Damages and all our supporters, all those who cherish the channel, those who support us, the great Madam Lux and the rest. We are appreciative of you, and you're constantly being out there for us. We appreciate all those other ones that are remain anonymous. We appreciate all of you. We hope that today you're also going to tune in, because there'll be so much to discuss. And when I mean so much, we're going to try and squeeze everything into a time frame that all of us can enjoy. And so I said to you, welcome, and the show starts now.
Hey, don't stay in my front. Don't stay in my front now.
And senior reporter Mayowa Okwato joins me live to expressing outrage over the continued killings in the state. The demonstrators, dressed in black attires, carrying pamphlets and placards with various inscriptions, barricaded the ever-busy road, disrupted vehicular movement and demanded immediate action to end the bloodshed. TVC News reporter observed that the protesters prevented vehicles from passing, causing gridlock and panic among commuters. The protest comes barely 24 hours after suspected headsmen launched a deadly attack on Yelewata community in Guma local government area, where more than 100 people were reportedly killed. The Benue state government had earlier issued a warning against unlawful gatherings and confrontations, particularly by youth, in the wake of escalating tensions across the affected communities. Now, despite this call for calm, the youth said they feel abandoned and are demanding concrete security measures and justice for the victims of these attacks.
All right, you are welcome to today's broadcast. As you have seen, I just paused the video for us to have a discussion. And what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about now that life has become like moi moi in Nigeria. What can we say? What can we do? What have we not said on this channel? That life is sacrosanct. Nobody can replace life. If life is not important to a government, what next will be important to that government? If life doesn't mean anything to a governing body, the people who have authority over violence, then who is safe? Benue State is not the first, it's not the second, and we're talking about 200 persons who were breathing, who had families, children, wife, uncles, nephews, cousins, man, woman. It does not matter your age, old man, young man, small boy, children, women, everyone suffered the same consequence as we see today. I was among the very first people who did a report, and that report cost me a lot of things. When it was first done in part of Benue State, in the one that David Mark visited, and then we did a follow-up of that short documentary. That's the story for another day. But what am I trying to say? At the time we raised alarm and said this is not just a one-off occurrence, they said it was farmer headers clash. And for those of us who refuse to accept that it was farmer headers clash, because we don't see any headers on the ground when we go to look at, pick up, do recovery of, people who have died. We don't see any headers. We only see farmers. And we see some who are not even farmers. We see children who are not farmers. We see women who are not farmers. So, but the power that be continuously to call it what they wanted it to be called. And so the media became complicit, as you can see in that report, even though the caption on it was 200 people. And I can play it back for those of you who want to argue. The reporter still wrote over 100. And they see, if you listen to the analysis, you hear them say it's farmer headers. Where local government, Bajimba, that side, Guma, local government, where that happened. It's just less than 20 kilometers from Makurdi, the capital of Benue. So it's not even in a remote area. If you travel to Makurdi if you go to, if you leave Makurdi to go to Jos or Abuja, or travel from Abuja to Makurdi, you will have passed Yewa many times. Yewa is known for one thing: they have massive market for yams. Excuse me. They have massive yam market, where trailers from all over Nigeria come to buy yams. In fact, that's the first place I bought 100 tuber of yam for less than to nothing, because those yams are there on the road day and night. That's what they do. That is, it's called Kadroko. That's part of Kadroko, where they sell all those areas. They sell a lot of good yams. And so today, Yewa have become a place of immediate danger. And sometimes when we say these things, people think we are just being emotional. But if a nation does not take care of its own people, then what are you going to take care of? Is it property, cows? If you do not make use of the human resources, I have not heard anywhere where they are teaching and they say infrastructure and animals are the resources of a nation. It is called human resource. The human resource that you have in a nation gives that nation the power to be what it needs to be. And I don't understand why our own is a little bit different. But here again, I want also to, the videos we played earlier was taken from Channels Television, so we'll give them, all the credit for it, and of course TVC. And now we were looking to another very, very, very young journalist who is doing a lot of good work, there in Nigeria. Precious, updates with Precious. Precious also dug into this story, and I will not want to, I just want to take from what she has said and give to you before we even go into this, discussion. If you've not been following Precious, update with Precious, please mark it and go follow her. You have well-rounded up, information of what is going on, and without bias. She reports just the way it is. Let's listen to her.
As over 200 people now don't die for inside the attack will happen for Guma, local government area for inside Benue State. This matter don't they pay this Benue State incident they come up and people they complain about, and guess what? That soldier, you remember that young soldier where Ibise been complaining about the activities of senior officers, say the fact saying that then they chop the money and then leave them, put them for war front. They know they agree fund them, they know they even agree give them good arms, they know they agree give them things to fight. Say even when they wound self and then they treat themselves. Remember that soldier, right? Make I give you a tip of the iceberg of what's in talk so that you remember.
Una go say army work na by book, but once you reach money, una go dey use una hair, una no go use the book again. All the whole soldier benefits going there for inside the book, una don't sit down on top. Only una, they enrich all the whole benefit. But if you reach work, una go push the other and may go do the work. But if you reach money, una go dey silent. At that time, una tell the go meeting. Soldiers are not getting any benefit in the system. Any soldier who injure from being where Medugri or any state, take it down to 44 in Kaduna. They know they take good care of that soldier. They plan to, if you get any bullet injury, they plan to cut your leg. And that your leg, in order to cut, they will cut them. So that you go just damage for life. And the money when federal government, the health insurance go they break for that your treatment. The officer when they do for 44 now they chop the money. The drugs when the health insurance go they break for soldiers where they not there all right. Now they go come they sell them for soldiers again. Which kind of organization be Nigerian Army self? Which kind of organization Nigerian Army self? So why can't be say all that rank now don't become slave trade under their country? Under their own uniform, under and can be slave to officers. Why can't be say what did they go they do to slave from who come from another country? They can't they do them to a citizen of the Nigeria who stand to be a selfless service to his our nation. Go to 44. May you see how the life of soldiers they for there, how they suffer there. A soldier get injury if that soldier not get your money for account. That soldier, if they quit die. Now, mostly waiting they kill soldiers, now be that. Because if any soldier get accident today, injured today, Nigerian Army is not taking care of that soldier. Now that soldier go to take care of himself. It happened to me. It happened to my colleagues when they sit there for the system now. Any soldier when get, if you are a soldier, you are ready to injure or you injure yourself mistakenly. Now your salary, you take it yourself. Army officers no go care for you. It don't happen to me. I know where I enter inside the MROS. They don't give me better. They give me 1 year medicine. Why are they see medicine? I asked the woman, I said, what are those medicine when they did there? So he said they are meant for officers. Now insurance they bring them, they insure officer, they insure me, they come they give me roadside medicine. Now what did they happen for people for 44 be that? Any soldier when he injured during the fight, that soldier now money till they treat himself. No be army government they treat them or anything when they come from the health insurance officers now they chop everything. Soldier go they use their money. I know of my friend who don't get injury now, he still gets surgery now. Is my colleague. The same community. Now, mama, the same money from village to Ram. May they are the one when they have made they buy drugs, they treat itself for that 44. Wicked Nigerian Army officers.
This soldier. Now you don't come out. Can't talk about that report will come out for 2019. Sometime in July 2019, when we say Major General Bill been talk, say make repentant Boko Haram members and come out. If I make Boko Haram, then surrender their arms, surrender. You know what? Because when you surrender, you fit even become the president of this country when you surrender. Yeah, when he talk, I remember that time when we say General Bill talk, well, this young soldier now don't come react to the matter. Say, so say you go fit the announce, say make Boko Haram, then we don't repent. Come back, say if he become president. But meanwhile, soldier go conduct minor offense. He go lock him up, put him for dungeon or put him for anywhere when he talk. He complain a lot. You need to hear what this young man said. And this in para when the para can't do worse because story can't come out this morning talk say wanted kingpin, that is bandit kingpin when they don't define scenes. He can't show face this morning. See him now as army surrender. Show face this morning for inside peace meeting where be say they get with Katsina community. Ado Alero, nine be this one, nine be name. They don't define them since. Person what they find when him and him team them for bandits don't cause a lot of problem, kill a lot of people, finish villages them. See him as army officers surrender where he come to get peace talk with Katsina community. You can imagine that kind of thing. Just to remind you, say Katsina State, now the state of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Maybe my ear go hear him, or you go hear what's in talk.
Boko Haram should lay their arms unconditionally and be accepted in the community. Opportunities are out there for them. They can be rehabilitated. An ex-Boko Haram stands having laid his arms and comes back, turns his way away from his negativity. He stands to be a president of this country. He stands to aspire to any position in this country. Why is he wasting his time when he cannot even deliver? We will do that. But we have appealed to them, including their detractors, their collaborators, to see reason to, as fast as possible, quickly drop their arms so that we can once again reoccupy.
Brigadier General Abdul Malik Bulaman Biu You are a rebellion to Nigeria army. You are a rebellion in the Nigeria. So are you trying to tell me that Boko Haram stand a chance to have any position in this country, that Boko Haram can be rehabilitated to any position in this country? You are a rebellion. God will punish you. Brigadier General Abdul Malik Bulama Biu, now you are the talk to. You are a rebellion. So are you trying to tell me that Boko Haram stand in the chance to any position in this country? Why warrant officer, master warrant officer, sergeant, corporal, lance corporal, private, Abi court martial, a minor case, Abi court martial, unlawfully sent to underground? For many years, they don't even have hope, talk less of standing a chance to any position as an ex-soldier in this country. Why you convict a service soldier who commit any minor offense and court-martial them, send them to underground forever? You mean Boko Haram that is killing people in this Nigeria, that they stand a chance to any position in this country, that they will be rehabilitated, that they should lay down their arms? Once a terrorist is a terrorist. Now I know the death row that have been happening to soldiers in Maiduguri was being planned by Brigadier General Abdul Malik Bulama Biu. So Nigerians, they all listen to you. I don't want to talk about you until I saw this video. So you have been calling Boko Haram, communicating with Boko Haram to come and be attacking all the whole location in Maiduguri, so that soldiers will be lost in their life, so that you will be gaining. You are incompetent commander. You are incompetent general. You are the problem you have in Maiduguri. You are the main problem in Maiduguri. Armor commander, they are the one causing problem in this Nigerian army. Armor commander, armor officers. You people are the problem we have in Nigeria. You, Brigadier General Malik Bulama Biu, open your mouth to tell Nigeria that Boko Haram stand a second chance. They can be rehabilitated into the community, that they stand chance to be in any position in this country, that you are sending message directly to Boko Haram in whatever they do, in whatsoever they do, in any kind of life they take in this Nigeria. At the end of it, they stand a chance to become president. They stand a chance to become governor. They stand a chance to become senator. No wonder all of you are bowing down, shaking senator with two hands, not knowing that those are the ex-Boko Haram sponsors that you people are buying for. You are buying for them for giving you an office to feed. You people will call Boko Haram to come and attack location. You will use some of the Boko Haram that you people rehabilitated. You will send them to come and attack another location in Maiduguri, so that I go chop. You people will send them to go and attack a location in Katsina, in Niger, in Yobe, in Sokoto, so that when the federal government launch allocation, you people will sit on that allocation. Even the soldier that is dying, sacrificing their blood, they will not eat anything. You people are looking for where to command. Anywhere we want to command, we not use soldier anyhow. We not call the terrorists to come and attack, so that the government go create a where will be sending allocation to that particular place every blessed year. You have opened different type of operation, telling the government that there is operation. You will be gone. You will be doing evil meeting within yourself, stupid meeting within yourself. So you open your mouth to tell Nigeria that an ex-Boko Haram stands a chance in any position, that they can be rehabilitated into the society if they lay down their arm. Why master warrant officer, AWO, warrant officer, sergeant, corporal, lance corporal, private, you people court-martial them unlawfully for a minor case and send them to underground because they stand to say this is their right. You forge allegation against them, dismiss them, send them to underground unlawfully. Then telling Nigeria that Boko Haram, after they kill a lot of people, after they kill soldiers, they make some people sonless, fatherless, motherless. Then those kind of people, they will still come to the society and become somebody for society. Then the soldiers who laid their life for the betterment, for the solution of this country, who stood and said, this is Mara, and you people charge them unlawfully and dismiss them unlawfully by court martial and send them to military police guard room underground forever, does not even have future in the country. Brigadier General Malik Bulaman Biu.
Okay, I just wanted all of us to hear that. He spoke so much, and I thank you, Precious. Precious is really precious. I mean, the name Precious. We're looking forward to hosting you one day here, because I know you have a lot more that you're not saying. But why did I choose to bring this on? Well, because of the topic we're going to be discussing today. We're going to be talking extensively about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And you heard it from, and I don't know if that guy is still a soldier, or has decided to exit by himself. But you have heard it from the horse's mouth. If the Brigadier General can tell those who have taken over territories in Nigeria, who have, by UN record, more than 30,000 have been fired, who is collecting taxes and taking over places they are governing now and causing destruction and harm against the systems of governance in Nigeria. If you can rehabilitate them, if you can go and beg them and say, come back, what more about those who have the ability to turn around your economy and even give you, mileage in your, in technology, who are saying we are not satisfied with the situation we find ourselves. We have a demand. Not that they're even saying, you know what, they're saying we have a demand. If you're not going to meet our demand, then the next thing is that we will find a way to be by ourselves, govern ourselves, self-governance, it is a UN charter. It's a right of every human being living on the face of the earth. So, except you are saying that there are certain people in Nigeria who do not have that right. If we all do have that right, then I think we have the right to be alive. Everyone life is important. Everyone tribe is important. And everyone part of the country is important. We cannot be saying, Jesus was making talking to the disciples who went out. They went out with, zeal and all that, and they were preaching the gospel. They were talking to people and getting them saved. Then eventually they saw a set of people who are equally talking about Christ, and also doing the same thing they were doing. And they went to those people and said, you are not amongst us now. Why are you doing this? Stop. So they stopped them. They said, hey, come on, stop. And they went back and said to the master, Master, we saw some people today. They were preaching in your name, but they are not part of us. And we stopped them. No, Jesus told you, no, don't stop them. Because if they're not against you, they are obviously for you. How can the people be against their own people? A country be against certain individuals in their country, and you still make progress? It's not possible. It's already divided. A little wonder that some people wrote, there was once a country. And we are seeing it. Many years afterwards, we are looking at it. That's a testimony of a serving army man who we have discussed this many occasions on this channel, saying that this is the situation why we're not able to defeat these insurgents. And people will say no. People will say we are being overzealous. People will say, all kinds of things are written. But today, the chicken has come to roost. It's beginning to fall apart, both their narrative and their actions. I was looking for a video, and I want you to hear it also, because that video makes so much sense to me. It was even though we don't all like him, at this point, sometimes he speaks the true thing. At another time, he just speaks something that we may not all agree with. But no matter how you look at him, somehow, one way or another, sometimes he speaks what is, what makes sense. On this occasion, he was addressing what is going on right now in Nigeria, and he talked specifically about the Benue people long before this what we have now came up. And here is what he said.
When evil reigns, there is darkness everywhere. The people are sad. But when we bring evil upon ourselves, who are we to blame? Benue had been known from the time of Taka, the Middle Belt Congress. Benue had been known to be a bulwark against the Gambari invaders from Futajelo. But people can easily deceive you. The Gimade, the Akumates, the Oroto, who out of their greed manipulated the electoral process and brought this fitna upon you, brought this evil upon you, brought this the Satan of Satan, if ever lying Buhari upon you people. I brought death and destruction upon you people. Benue, this is not the time to cry. Thieves, this is not the time to cry. Idoma, this is not the time to cry. Egede, this is not the time to cry. This is the time to stand up as men that you are. You are men. Whenever they came, you stopped that jihad from entering your land. Their so-called evil, satanic war of expansion. With their evil called jihad, the evil of Osman Danfodio that they call jihad, you stop them. Where is that power today? Whenever their cattle strays into your land, you hit them. That's why they call you Munchi. You hit them. Where are the Tiffy people? You are crying like babies, like small baby. You are crying. Shame on you. Rise up like the men that you are. Even thief women who are strong women, rise up. This is like the story that we read about Solomon when he died. His son Rehoboam wants to become a king. They came to him. Say, your father put so much burden on us. Your father flogged us with rod and this. Lessen our body. He went and took advice, counsel. That is what the Gimates, the Akumes, the Roton, the traitors, like the one in River State, whose mouth is like locomotive. They betrayed you people, rigged your vote, took your vote. Where is that useless unconscious man? He has run away. That is going to chastise them with scorpion and serpents. That's how you put yourself. Open your eye, koro koro, and walk into the slaughterhouse to be slaughtered by the people that your father stood as a barrier against them. Not allow them come in. Shame on you. You call yourself, you see, being a thief man is to dance like this, or wear black and white and stripe this thing. That's what makes a thief man. It's a lie. The thief man is here, and you are not thief people. You are not Idoma people. You are not Egede people. You are a shame to whatever you call yourself. Stand up. against these foreign invaders. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. This is not the time to cry. This is not the time to demonstrate for demonstration. You want to demonstrate. The wicked Satan of Satan, Buhari sent his people to come and kill you, to mow you down for demonstrating. It's plain that failed him. His gunboat failed him because they are Fulani people. Rise up. For every one Kifi man, let them know that more of them will go. You cannot continue like this. They are giving these people too much. They are becoming too much. They are thinking that only they can kill. Violence. Violence is not in the, is the preserve of only one group. Violence is not the preserve of only one group. Tariwo ge political, mako wakini bati komate. What did you go on up? You have to rise up. It's not the time for sleeping. Be a man. You people should be men. Your women should be women. Be strong. Those who can carry anything you can carry to fight for yourself. It is time to defend. Nobody is coming to defend you. Take your destiny in your hand. You don't have honor. You cannot protect your grandfathers and grandmothers. You cannot protect the weak. You cannot protect the men and women. You cannot protect your children. You cannot protect the honor of your women, your daughters, your wives, your mothers, your aunties, your cousins, your nieces. Shame on you, people. Shame on you, Ogede people. Shame on you, Doma people. Nobody will come to your head. Can I have an else to be swag?
All right. Ọdụkwa ka ọ sị na-adụ ndị be anyị ekenekwa m unu. Ịmanụ a na-atụ ilu si nwoke ruo ebe a na-ahụ mma ma ọ hụ mma at least akpụkpọ ụzọ ga-abụ ya n'ahụ. Ọrụgonu mgbe a ga-ahụ mma ma anyị hụkwanụ mma m na TV at least ka akpụkpọ ụzọ bụọ ha n'ahụ. For those of you who do not understand what I'm saying, I will speak it in English. That the Igbo, our ancestors used to say something. There are some particular portion of the areas of our forest that when you get to, you can see some inanimate objects, things that you're not used to seeing. If you know that, you know it. That is, if you get to that point that you don't see the ghost, that there'll be some form of, goose pimples on your body. That is why I responded with that half a word dance. Because what Sarah Adekubo is saying is totally true. You see, if we decide to play the good side, if we decide to keep quiet, if we decide to play good people, people who, just like Tiwa Daima said, all of us, one after the other, will be taken out. So the question be for Benue, today is Benue, tomorrow who knows who is going to be? It can be anybody tomorrow. These people are not choosing and picking and choosing. We who grew up in Benue know the reason why the Fulanis have been after Benue State, not today. And anybody who is Otiv, Unufa, the reason, Bamba so taking Benue by all means. So according to Asari Kubo, Higen kakwa ban lamanga chi higon kalamenga chi kwane gande na ha it's time for us no for in Tiba there's one name by Oganegio. So let us go into our community. Let us look for Oganegios. That is why people like us will still regret that young man called Ghana is today nowhere to find. Because when things get to this point, you get Oganegios in the community to respond. But that is left for the T people. And they will decide on how they want to react. But I tell you the truth, your oppressors are not thinking about your whippings. They're not concerned about your anguish, your crying, your begging. They only understand what they understand, which is action for action. They're not going to keep quiet. They're not going to let you go. No master ever releases the slave that he has, except to put up a resistance. So my advice to the T people, and indeed every other part of the nation where this has become an issue, is to rise and take your destiny in your own hands. Okay. That took a lot of, because I know these people, I know these parts where they're going and doing all this. Just imagine that you went to bed only to wake up and not be able to find your head. That's what we are seeing. And I don't know how long it's going to continue. If Benue refuses to act, it may be too late before you realize it. All right. Having said that, I want to welcome Mr. Ahamefula, who has been around since we started. Mr. Alamefula, you are welcome. And I really appreciate your coming in. So far, we've been dealing with the issue of Benue because it happened last night. Over 200 persons have been asked to go and meet God when they were not preparing for that. And the governor is busy issuing out instruction to people not to demonstrate. What do you have to say concerning what is going on right now in Benue?
Good afternoon, KJ, and the killing in Benue State didn't start since last night.
No, but this one is the one that have hit 200. 200.
Yeah, I know.
They're still counting.
I know. Should you surprise you and me that Benue State has been turned into a killing field since this year? So every number that comes out from Benue State is not going to shock me or surprise me. It all goes to show the level of government we have, both in the state and the federal level. My joy was that some people from Benue State during the time of Governor Otom, while he was shouting every day about the Fulani herdsmen, some people were saying he was playing politics with it. And I believe my brother John Abba was one of the people who said that in this place. And they were happy that he lost the election. Now you have a reverend father. You have APC in Benue State. You have APC at the federal level. What has changed? Is he better than when Otom was in power now? Or is he better now for the people of Benue State? I think that question should be left for the people of Benue State to answer for themselves. But But
Go ahead.
as a Nigerian who values human life, who know that I cannot give life to nobody, I do not have the power to give life. Only God can give life. And only God is supposed to take life when it is time for somebody to go to meet his maker. But because we are in a country where there is no government, first of all, the governor of Benue State has been abandoned by the federal government. And he is running from pillar to post. When people decide to play politics with people with human life, the consequences are too much. He denied Mr. Peter Obi from coming to Benue State. He said Mr. Peter Obi want to come and play politics. I don't know who is playing the politics right now. So. And also to let you know that because we have an illegitimate government doesn't have a legitimacy to fight for his people, what else do you expect? Since the killing in Nigeria, since the man from Bodilon has been sitting at Asorok, which state has he visited? In all the whole hotspots where there's been killing of innocent Nigerians, where have he gone? Has only gone the place where he want, as part of what he want in 2027 is where he's going. People he want to use, like your governor Soludo in Anambra State. The people he wants to use for 2027, those are the places that is important to him. While he was away in France the last time, there was a lot of killing everywhere. He came back. He didn't visit any state. The rain that fought the other time in Niger State, where 200 or something people died. Did he go? The head of Boko Haram, who is the vice president, who was on helicopter. He was on top of a helicopter to see what was going on. So he's afraid to die also. I will call that a visit that the vice president visited Niger State. So I think that Nigeria is a failed state. I was asking somebody yesterday in this program, what is the population of Benue State? And consider how many people that have been killed this year only in Benue State. How many people is still remaining in Benue State? How can a government be watching and these people that they claim that they are ruling, the people that they claim that they swear a constitution and oath to defend and protect their citizens, and they have stunned the people into an open field killing, and you're not hearing anything from the federal government. The other day, your chief of army staff said he's moving to Benue State. The same day he moved to Benue State, there was a lot of killing. So is all these politics that are being played with human life? My brother KJ, it is the price of illegitimacy. Because this government, from day one, do not have any legitimacy to talk about what is going on in Nigeria. Rather, they are busy condemning Israel and the Palestinians. They are busy writing to Modi, the Prime Minister of India, for the air crash. And the one in your own country where there is lawlessness, where there is no rule of law, where people have decided to take over arms and overpower the military, overpower the police, overpower the security agencies, because they are not concerned, because they are protected. They move on armored car and bulletproof cars. They protect them from the office, protect them to their house, to and fro. So they don't care what is going on. So, but I am living, I am hoping that God will keep me and you and everyone alive. let's see what Nigerians will decide for themselves, because it's them. It's Nigerians themselves, the people of Benue State. Coming out, the governor that is telling you don't demonstrate, that is trying to put coffee for people not to demonstrate. Because he has lost the state. He has no authority. He doesn't even have authority in the state. Even in his own party, APC in Benue State, they are after him. So he has a problem everywhere. He doesn't have control. He has lost Benue State. So he doesn't, instead, they recruited few people to go and they put a poster of himself and the president in Abuja. They were making campaign in Abuja for him. Can you see how crazy your country can be? You know? So, my brother, it is heartbroken. It is heartbreaking to see what is going on in Benue State. We are talking about other states, but what is going on in Benue State for the past 2 months or 3 months is something that I cannot explain. And I am asking myself a question: where are the political leaders in Benue State? Where are the leaders in Benue State? Where are the traditional rulers in Benue State? Where are the people that claim to speak for them? Where are they in Benue? Why has everybody gone mute in Benue State?
Okay, thank you, Ike. Thank you so much. Yeah, the people in Benue State, I can say that for sure. The Totif spoke extensively about this issue and called them off. You know, that's the good thing about the T people. They can tell you blunt truth without minding who is there. They don't care. So he told the Miati Allah when they came to try to, massage their ego, told them, no, it's not acceptable, and we will not accept what you're saying. You can't be, coming and doing all these things in our land, and you come and tell us that it's because the cows are, are lost and all that. So he gave them 2 weeks. So within that 2 weeks, that's why somebody is making a video and asking, you gave these people 2 weeks, and the 2 weeks have elapsed. What are we going to do next? So the team leaders that I know, they are not a pushover, except they don't want to do it. And the team people that I know, they are not also a pushover. Because if you know and you read the history of the Biafran war, most of the people who fought this war were people from the middle belt. So the middle belt people still have those people who are, who I can call brave hearts. So it's not impossible for them to take an action. It's for them they are looking onto their leaders who are now, just like you said, misdirecting them. People like, my dear uncle, Uncle, what's his name now? The FGF, Akume. Akume seemed to occupy the position of leader in Benue State right now when he has to do with political, since he's the highest political office holder, apart from the senators and House of Rep members.
What is he doing with his position as the secretary to the federal government? What is he doing to help his state?
I would have expected a better leadership from them. Because see, let me say this, and if you have any T person who is on the chat or on this channel, please come on and tell us. You see, it is difficult for me to understand when some certain people from a tribe, even the Igbos, when your leaders side with those who are trying to, buy your people. Are you hoping that someday they will not say you are a thief man or you are an Igbo man when they have finished your people? You think it is you now, they will welcome you and you start a new race with them? Wake up. You see, the problem is when you people gather to put out the person who is the figure who speaks for you. After a while, the same person who got you together will get other people together and they put you out. That's just the issue. If you doubt me, go and look at history. And I will run down history if you want. To anybody who want to hear from history, I will run it down for you because I have studied that part for a long time. There's no one single Nigerian politician who was not deceived, by the northern oligarchies, including Awolowo and the rest, and Azikiwe. So let's not even go there. But let me give Chris an opportunity to make his contribution. I think you are driving. I don't know how long you have, but please go ahead and make your contribution.
No, I'm not driving yet, but I'm going to go out. Hello.
Oh, you're in the car, yeah.
Hello, KJ. Yeah, I'm almost every day, almost every time I glue to this your program. And I listen at the background, I know. But today, before I go, actually, I should have gone out since, but I said, okay, because of the things you mentioned here. And I decided to come on. Just maybe one day I will come up and then do my own ranting, you know.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say here today is this. It seems to me, you know, when Babangida, that book Babangida wrote, they said that he said in one of page 310 that said that Nigerians are badly educated. That is the takeout of that book, you know. And they asked him by who? He said by leaders, by journalists, and by influencers. And when I look at the events today, I can just simply agree with him. You know, people go to university and come out and speak good English, good grammar, even professors, all that, but they lack knowledge, understanding. You know, let me give you an example from your program, the last program you hosted on West. You talk about something like a coastal road, and then somebody came up there and said the reason why the Igbos hate the coastal road is because it didn't pass through their southeast.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you that I'm a very good listener. Then somebody, there was altercation between him and someone there, right? Then I was thinking and said, hang on a minute. Does this person know that within this south they called, there are Igbos in those places? Eh? So if he knows, okay, and does he know that somebody could actually drive from Aba to Port Harcourt and then join that this thing, and then that will go, you know. Now the reason why I'm talking about this thing is simple. There is nowhere in human taxonomy, there is what we call science of taxonomy, and I don't know if it is taught everywhere. The science of taxonomy, there's nowhere in human science of taxonomy they use cardinal points or rivers or land in order to group people, classify people. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and what is this classification? Why do we do classification? We want to group people or group things in order to understand them more. Right?
Yeah.
So when we understand them, after grouping them, we say they are different. So, sometimes people say, oh, why would Fulani invite those from Nigeria, this and that, to come to Nigeria? And I say to myself, do they not understand what is called ethnicity as a unit of classification? That the Fulani in Niger, but if you analyze them and those in Nigeria, the statistical estimators that you use to, let's say, mean, mode, media, or standard deviation, whatever, they will have almost the same. There will be no significant difference. But if you analyze the same, if you use the same estimators to analyze the TV man and the Fulani man, you find a significant difference. Yes. And that's why you group them.
I agree.
Right? Now, so, this leads me to somewhere else, the history. Right? So maybe you tell Dr. Damages, he's a teacher. He's involved in teaching, right? He's a lecturer or whatever, Let him organize classes in this his platform and bring people to educate us more. Okay, to educate us more about this science of taxonomy, its implications.
Okay, science of taxonomy. I will write it down and we'll talk about it.
This classification, human classification, and its implications.
Okay.
Right? Because it seems to me that people don't understand the implications of this. But if you go back to history, in 1949, I keep on reminding people this, Nnamdi Azikiwe discussed this with the Igbo nation. In that address in Aba, he talked about 4 things, or among others. 1, the hatred of the Igbos. 2,
in 1945.
1949. 1949.
Wow.
1949. Google it. There. 1949. He discussed about the hatred of the Igbos. The Yoruba BBC media propaganda against the Igbos. The lack of federal presence, that's institutions in Igbo land. He also talked about self-determination, among other things. Then he went on to tell the Igbos as resilient people that they have been positioned to lead Africa. That address was received by the Yorubas, by Obafemi Awolowo and the Yoruba intelligentials, as Igbos positioning themselves to conquer Nigeria. So, it's no wonder when after the election, he won in Western region, they decided to say to him, no, you can't operate here. And he has to go back. You see, ethnic nationality is defined, it's a unit, ethnicity is a unit of classification. The values defines ethnicity are language, ancestral history, culture. And when I mean culture, it also includes religion, because people don't realize that religion is a culture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, people don't realize that. So that's why they keep on talking about Christianity as if, Islam and all that. These are, European cultures and Arabian cultures. Right. So when so when you define that, now it is easier for people to understand that no ethnic nationality likes to be ruled by another. No ethnic nationality likes to be ruled by another. So when they amalgamated the people in 1914, they introduced what is called diversity in the geography called Nigeria. And it is because of this diversity that brought hatred of the Igbos. Why? Because of the dominance characteristics of the Igbos. They go to everywhere, they buy land, they buy desert, they buy rivers, they buy swamps, they start building up. For Igbo men, it is hard work. It is aspirational.
Chris, I need to stop you. You know why I need to stop you? I feel in my spirit that there's more. You are giving us just a tip of the iceberg. So give me a time. I will set up a broadcast with you as guest, and we'll talk about this issue so that everybody, other people can equally because what you are discussing, the only other person that I've discussed this to this extent is Nnamdi Kanu. I listened to Nnamdi Kanu, one of his broadcasts, while you're talking about some of these things. So now I have not done a lot of research in it, but I know that one of the things just this afternoon, I was telling my wife when we went to church, that you see, I have done an experiment with myself. And sometimes I don't blame the white man when they seem to show some form of preference for their people. If I get into a church, the most likely place I'm going to sit, if I don't find an empty seat, and there's a open seat beside a white man and a black guy, I am most likely going to sit by the black guy. That's just human nature, not because I have any form of racism. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So I haven't checked myself over time that has repeated with me, and I say, okay. So I understand certain people when they come into it. I'll give you an example. I was standing by the road, my car, got stuck in, the wet, this the hanger, the side shoulders sometimes get wet. You think it's grass, but it's not grass, it's water, you know. So I pulled out of the road to check something, and by the time I wanted to move, I realized that my car was stuck in the the shoulder. It was grass, but it turned to water. You know, I came out and I was standing by the roadside. Okay, and I didn't get any help. I'm just giving an example of what happened. But I most of it was a more predominantly white area. So most of them will come and pass. Then I took out my phone and I called my boss. I said, "Hey man, I have a problem here." He said, "What's the problem?" You can't have a problem. What's the problem? I said, "This is what happened." He said, "Okay, you know what? You are not too far away from where I am, so I'm driving straight to where you are." So he came and met me. I'm telling you, Chris, as he stopped, within 5 minutes, he didn't flag down anybody. They just saw him and they stopped. You need help? But I have been standing there with these same people passing. You understand what I'm saying? So sometimes I see it as human nature. I'm just trying to agree with what you're saying. That most times we like to be around, our own people. If they are white or black, we like to be with the black. If they are within Nigeria's space, we like to be with our state. If they are within our state, we like to be with our local government. If they are within our local government, we like to be with our clients. And I totally agree with what you're saying. And you see, that is what we have not been able, especially those leaders that come from the East, have not been able to sell this idea that, of what you're saying. So we need to interrogate what you're saying. And if you have time, please let us know when you'll be available so we can have that discussion.
What I will do is one of the I know you host these things on
Sunday.
On Sundays.
Yeah.
So yes, one of the Sundays I will just make time available, and when I get there, then I will let you know.
Yeah, just give me 1 week to 2 weeks heads up.
Yeah. Then I will. Yeah, when I get into the program, because I don't usually get into the program, but I listen very often.
Okay.
I listen very often, all the time.
If you're going to wait to get into the program, we will not be able adequately prepared to have questions, because we too need to read up, so we can ask you some pertinent questions.
Yeah. Of course. That's the essence of debate. That's the essence of debate. Yes. Because the most important thing is learning. It's not coming here on this platform to say things, but we learning something from it and be able to implement those things. Because even those who believe in Nigeria can be saved. They agree that it cannot be saved with this structure. And the problem with this structure lies with this particular, they say in the laws of power, if you want to conquer people, you devastate them. So they have devastated us with education. Even though we go to school, learn English, learn everything or something like that, but we are devastated because we are not actually getting the right education. We are not getting the right education, but we are getting English education. That's what I call it.
I agree with you.
So that is the thing. So, but I will come next Sunday. I will try and see if I can come into the program. Then after discussing, then from there, then we can take it from there.
Okay, all right. That'll be good, because I can see you have a lot to give, but you're just throwing just a small pinch of salt. We need to dig into your list and find out what you have.
I've been on your program one time before. Yes. Yeah. I've been on your program from this thing. During Rudolph programs, I ask questions about Igbo elites. Because the problem we have with the Igbo elites is that there's this nonsense they try to peddle. It's either out of ignorance or out of greed. They say, okay, maybe either that they want to get power, then when they get power, they can change things. But nobody beats a magician in his own card.
Doesn't work that way.
That's the truth.
Thank you so much.
Anyway, thank you.
Conclude.
I will be listening at the background. I'll be listening at the background. So I want to go somewhere.
Please,
okay.
Please give me that. I will need that. If you can't reach me, reach Dr. Rudolph, and then he will also reach me.
Yeah, yes. I will come on next Sunday. I will try to come on next Sunday when you are hosting it.
Okay.
When you are hosting it, I will come. I always come on your program, even when Rudolph is hosting anyway. So, but I always listen at the background because I'm a good listener. I'm not a good speaker.
No, but you have been able to break an iceberg for us. Now we're going to go down to find out what is under. So you contributed a lot to this discussion today.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my brother Tony, today that you are out in the streets.
Yeah, I've been listening. I didn't want to switch off because I'm on the move. But in the next 5 minutes, I should be settled. But let me just greet you first. Good afternoon, good evening. My brother Ike, I greet you. Chris is off. He made he just tickled us. I hope he like you said, you will give him enough airtime sometime so we can learn from his wisdom.
Yes.
But now to talk about the two issues that you mentioned briefly. It's sad when you hear this continuous killings, people being driven away from their homes, and it's just become like normal. We just talk and they cry and weep, and the one who is the governor of the state can't do anything, and the federal government is looking. And I just feel that when the government ceases to protect its own people, then it has lost the basis of existence of its being a government. It's lost its legitimacy, if it had it at all. First of all, the governor, you see, this is not the first time. I talked about Autumn. He made a very good point. Autumn shouted, cried, they threatened him, they plucked people's eyes because of Autumn, and so on and so forth. And some of us just shied away, and it's like, it's no person's business. This thing that is happening, I just pray to God that it doesn't end in total disaster for everybody. The governor is a priest. Anyway, he has been suspended by the Catholic Church. In fact, some people in the Catholic Church don't even call him a priest.
Yeah.
And then he's having a problem with his party. I had thought that with APC in government, since the previous government was a PDP government, you could say, okay, because they are not at the center. Now, what is the excuse for the government? Everybody wants to go to the center because they say the center is doing well and they are doing so good. They have all the means of coercion. And this thing is happening. And some army chiefs have relocated to Benue. It's still continuing. And these people are not spirits. They are not spirits. They have been emboldened. They can attack army barracks, frontal attack, dismantle their burn their cars and so on, kill people ruthlessly. The army that is supposed to defend the country. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? This is gone beyond be careful, as people would say. And I think at this time, this is war now. The Benue people cannot stay and just be looking and they'll be killing them. This is war. This is real war. If the government cannot defend them, the DSS chief has spoken, T.Y. Danjuma has spoken, even IBB are here, has said, look, they should use, what is it? He mentioned a town or something in the north where they took, authority in their hands and fought back. I think the end of this thing, what will end this thing, is that I'm not a violent person, but it's only a tree that you say you are going to kill and it will stand and be looking at you. You know, this has gone far beyond, anything that, it's I don't know what language to use. I don't know what else. But let me leave that one there. Now, I think what we should be doing here is not just to be talking about this whole thing, because it's a waste of time talking about it. I think we should start preferring solutions. In the light of what is happening here, not only in Benue and Plateau, in the light of the crisis that we are having now, what solutions should we be preferring to resolve this thing? Because this is serious. That's one. Two, I want to talk a little about, Chris talked about, marginalization and mentioned the Igbo, problems. Listen, I just want to say something and I'll end. How many ministers, federal ministers, are from the Southeast? I think there are about 5.
5.
Southeast has 5 ministers. If I'm not wrong. Ogun State has 4. Ogun State has 4. That's food for thought for you. Ogun State has 4. A zone, geographical zone, has 5. That's food for thought for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And you said it made a lot of points. Look, we will within our own time frame be able to provide solution. The question is whether the people who are in power will take the solution. And like you said, and like everyone have said, Tiwa Danjuma, by the way, has relationship. Tiwa Danjuma is believed to be a thief man. The thief people are also part of Taraba State, so he's believed to be a thief man from the Taraba area. However, having said that, he has given advice, and the thief people are strong-willed. I can say that. I lived in thief land for over 25 years, so I know that when they decide to take an action, you can't stop them, and they will not stop until they execute what they want to do. So I am not afraid of that. What I'm afraid of is somebody trying to deceive them, to turn their backs, and just like they're doing now, and then eventually this catastrophe will keep happening over and over. But for whether they are able, my brother, the only other people who I can equate to the T people are the Igbo people when it has to do with determination. When they're determined to do something, you can't stop them. Okay, I won't say that. I will come to Mazi Okpara. Thank you, Tony. We'll be waiting and following also. You get to the house when we get to the main discussion, because we need a lot of your input. Yes, Mazi Okpara.
I'm already home. So in 2 minutes I should be home. Thank you.
Great. Yes, Mazi Okpara, go ahead.
Yeah, happy Sunday from here. KJ.
You heard what is going on in Benue. The number has swollen to over 200 now.
Yeah.
And yes, the very dark man who before now I wouldn't have mentioned him, but somehow he had become the government of Nigeria. He had become the source of justice. He had become the one who is able to bring people to normalcy. Very dark man even recovers more money than the court, the Nigerian court and the Nigerian government. So the very dark man is now in Benue and organizing a demonstration against the system. What do you say about what's going on in Benue?
Yeah, good evening once again from here, KJ Ahamefule. Brother Tony, honestly, you say you witnessed Biafran war. It was 8 years, and you don't look like that, too. Well,
He's been enjoying life.
I'm telling you, that's we calculate about 70, 71 or 2, and you are looking like this.
No, I'm not 70.
No, it's not 70.
But 60, 68 or something like that.
It's about 65.
Wow. That's
his age, as an OB, he doesn't have to tell his age on the internet.
Unbelievable. My brother, God bless you. God will give you more good health. So, you know.
Thank you. Let me tell you the secret, if you don't mind. I don't. If you take my blood pressure, my blood pressure is like that of a child.
Wow.
I don't let anything bother me. I think about it, I dismiss it. You know, if I just do the best I can to handle it, but I don't let it get over me.
Wow.
So and I will recommend that for everybody, because you spend the money that you are working so hard for to treat yourself. It can be very, very devastating.
Exactly.
So the only thing that you have is your health.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you have. So keep it, do everything, invest in it.
Yeah.
You know, don't worry. You know, there's no need to worry. You know, you deal with it and then you leave it and move on.
That's good.
Thank you. So that's so that's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you so much.
I
Thank you, my brother.
always admire seeing you. Honestly, see you, man. That is God is your strength. Brother Ike,
Amen.
good evening from here. Yeah, my brother, what is happening in Benue is what a country. What a country. 200 people just in a night. 200 people, 200 souls. And there is no remedy. There is no action from state actors. No, nothing. Nobody is saying anything. Nobody is saying anything. 200 people. KJ, imagine where you are today. 200 people are murdered in cold blood. Imagine what will be happening in the city you are right now. And this is not maybe once in a year, or this is every week. You hear this 50, 40, 200 in a country. And this is only in a state out of that 6 states of Nigeria. And what baffles me, what disgusts me is that other part of Nigeria behave that nothing is happening. Nothing happened. Life goes on. Life goes on. In fact, Enugu is the neighboring state, and Ebonyi. Go there, people are clapping. People don't even know what is happening in their neighborhood, in their neighboring state, because this Nigeria is like there is no empathy, there is no sympathy, there is no brotherlyhood, there is nothing. Everybody is on his own, unless if it touches your family, then you feel it. If it touches your neighbors, it's not your business. This is Nigeria we are talking about today. Nigeria whereby such thing happens. The president is nowhere to be found. The president has not visited that place. The vice president has not visited that place. The police boss has not visited that place. I mean, what kind of country are we talking about? Last week, 10 students were murdered in Austria, our neighboring country here, Austria. Yet last week, 10 students. Since then, if you go to Austria now, it's like a graveyard. People are mourning. The president went there immediately. The next day he was there. There were candles everywhere. The flag was, on half mast. The church, there's a church in Vienna. I've visited that church for many times. It's called St. Stephen's. It's not a church that you go there every day or every Sunday. But that church had to open for that event, just to have the service there. Austria Chancellor was there. Austria President was there, all the ministers. In fact, some of them were in Brussels. They had to flew back to Austria. 10 people. They have never seen such atrocity in their life in the history of Austria since after the Second World War. 10 people. But in Nigeria, in our own Nigeria, every day people are being murdered in cold blood, in their hundreds, in their dozens. In Imo State, in Anambra State, in Benue State, in Plateau, in Deltas, everywhere. Go to Delta State, it's no go area. Go to Benue State, so the same people are committing this crime against other Nigerians, and people are keeping quiet. And today you see, a wanted terrorist is negotiating. The Katsina government, the military are negotiating with him today. Ado Alero.
The state of former President Muhammad Buhari.
Yeah,
look at him.
Go here with him and talk. You go lock him up, put him for dungeon.
Go ahead.
You know, so look at exactly. Look at you see him, you see Nigerian military, you see them. And this is the people. This guy, even on BBC, said yes, that he has killed a lot of people. On BBC Hausa program. He said it. But look at him today. Government is negotiating with him. And government is releasing some arrested or surrendered Boko Haram terrorists, calling them repented. Last time, the governor of Benue State told us that 300,000 have been released to him. And you're asking me, what kind of country are we in today? Look, let me tell you, over here where I live, some radical Islamists that went to Syria to fight, even though they have double nationality, they were stopped from coming back to this place. They were refused. Their German or English nationality was taken away from them. Even women, they are still in Syria. They are stuck there. They can't come back here. That is how the only way to treat a terrorist, somebody who has murdered people. But in Nigeria, you see some people killing people with impunity, and nothing is happening to them because of where they're coming from. I don't understand this. Then you talk about, let's talk about this Benue. There was one time I was listening to Nnamdi Kanu. What he said, you are happy that they're killing people in Benue and on the Plateau. That was, I think that was even 2014 or something like that. But after they finish dealing with these people, the next is Enugu and the Ebonyi State. And this is what is happening today. In fact, they have spread across Nigeria. And, you know, middle belt politicians, let me tell you, and Igbo politicians, that are the worst of them. These people don't love their people. You won't tell me that George Akume will be in Nassau Rock, and his people are being decimated for doing nothing, and this man is not talking. They are blaming each other. They are blaming Alia, the governor. The governor is blaming them. They have even stopped they blocked the governor from meeting President Tinubu. What I read. So there is a blockage between him and President Tinubu. But your people are being decimated daily. We saw how Autumn, fought vigorously, at least spoke out. Every day he was crying, was shouting, "You are killing my people." But this reverend is doing nothing. It's like nobody is dying in Benue. Look at today, they even stopped people who came out to protest. They were tear gassing them. My question is, this police that were tear gassing these people, where were they when these people were killing these people? And these people came, I saw the video, they had no weapons, they had no machetes, they only have leaves. Stop killing us. And police everywhere, army everywhere, chasing them around. What a country are we living in, for God's sake? What kind of country? My brother, yesterday, on Friday, when I was coming back from work, one accident happened. Nobody died, But because there was, it was a fatal accident, there was injury everywhere. In fact, we had to stop almost 5 hours till the whole thing was evacuated. Just accident. Everything was, and they were telling you, please, because over here, when you are playing, radio, if there's any traffic problem, automatically it would tell you what is happening. So everybody knew what was happening. We stopped. Nobody was like, what is happening here? Well, nobody was trying to, have his way or her way. No, orderly. But you see a place, people are being murdered, human beings. And the next person doesn't care. Finally, APC Northeast, they had their rallies today or yesterday. But look at what happened in the same North. Nobody said, no, let's suspend this thing. People are being killed. 200 people are being murdered. Let's suspend this rally. They met. They were, in fact, I think at the end of the day, they fought themselves. The whole thing, they ended in shambles, in disarray. But what I'm trying to tell you, this is the same North that people are being murdered, but yet the politicians are politicking. They don't care. Imagine such thing happening where I live here or where you live. It's impossible. Even thank God for Pope. Pope has even today, if you live, Pope Leo has even today on his mass service, he has said it. What is happening in Benue State? Pope has even announced it, but our president has not said anything about it. Our president has not come. At least this thing could have been an emergency broadcast, to the nation. But thank God, the Pope has done what our president is supposed to do. I won't be long here because very soon I will log out because I'm on early morning shift. Thank you and God bless you, my brother.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your contribution, and each time that you join, we appreciate what you contribute. Sorry. This is not what I want. All right. Thank you so much. I have a video. What talked about was the video I was looking for. The video of Nnamdi Kanu speaking at a London rally about the killings in the north at that time. No other place was touched. It was just the north, and he was addressing the people and saying, look, when this ends, the next people will be us. So don't go home rejoicing that is not happening in your own locality. This is the time to speak out. This is the time to come against what is going on and say this is bad. Well, having said that, I want to say also that I didn't intend to give this much time to what goes on in Benue because we'll have a lot to discuss, but it's taken us almost 2 hours. So let's move on. Yes, our main topic today that I was going to deal with is try to look at what has been going on in the courts in Nigeria concerning the trials of Nnamdi Kanu, which for one reason or the other has continued for a while. And what's our update? Our update is that we want to be able to run through. And for those who do not know, I was among those people who were able to be in Umuahia, when the sad things happen. So I will try and run down what have happened and so far, how have we been able to fare with what is going on in Nnamdi Kanu. And so this is a timeline of what happened with Nnamdi Kanu. At least the ones that are major I'm going to talk about. I'm going to skip when he came into limelight. I know that is a bit controversial because Wazirike used to say that it was him, who brought him in. But I don't know. That is left for Nnamdi Kanu. When he's out, he will deal with that. But right now, that is not what our focus is. Our focus is on how far so far. Now, Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, was first detained in 2015. And then in December, court proceedings began. Bail was granted, but not executed. So Nnamdi Kanu continues to remain in DSS detention and dungeon for that period. 2017, another bail was granted, and Nnamdi Kanu was granted bail, but he eventually was not anywhere to be found. Some people use the word disappeared from Nigeria. But what led to his disappearance was when he went to his home and the court gave him order not to entertain or do anything. Of course, he didn't do any of those. He didn't break the bail that was given to him. But on a fateful day, one of those days, they said they were going to do the Operation Python dance. The Python left everywhere that was supposed to be dancing in Abia State, since we must be related to pythons, that they must come to dance in Abia. So once that Python dance was pronounced, I told people that I'm close to that this is problem for Abia State. And I wondered why Okezi Ikbazu will accept that Python should come and dance in Umuahia. However, when that Python came to dance, he left the main streets of Umuahia and said to go and dance in Aparoku, towards the place where Nnamdi Kanu was living. Nnamdi Kanu's father's compound, if you know it very well, you know it's a dead end, as they say in America. It's after their house, you don't have any other house. So once you branch into that place, it is only obvious that you are going to that house. So the army was dancing, and then eventually danced into that compound and mounted a shooting range. You know, and if you go to that place, you can still see the bullets on the wall and how that place was devastated. And you know, many things happened. His dogs were killed. 28 young Nigerians were sent to go and meet their father. And these people you are shooting don't have arms or ammunition. So they ransacked the house, you know, the ceilings were shot out, the walls were shot out, they draw, you know, there are videos. So I don't have to even go to that. Anybody who wants can go look for that video and look at it. And then journalists who came to cover it and all the young men were made to lie on the mud. Everybody swam in the mud. They swam. Some people were there. Some people didn't survive it. So the dead was not among those who were made to drink gutter water and lie in the gutter, you know, those smelly gutter water, roll around it, remain inside. You know, if you bring up your head, you are dealt with severely. It didn't count. We're not counting about those who were later discovered in the lake. Those bodies that were discovered in the lake beside somewhere around that area. We're not counting those people who were also, you know, the same thing, the same fate happened to them in Aba. We're only talking about the people on Umuahia here. Now, from that point, he was lucky to have escaped. And so the Nigerian court said he jumped bail. In fact, the Nigerian media is even the worst of it. Before they say two things, they'll tell you, and he jumped bail, and he jumped bail. And just like one of our commentators, or rather our guests said today, that, you know, it's only a tree that can stand in one place when they hear that they are coming to cut it. So he escaped for his life and reappeared. In 2021, he was rearrested in Kenya. I will not say rearrested, he was abducted. Okay. And, you know, was extrajudicially rendered back to Nigeria under a very controversial circumstance. Why do I say controversial circumstance? Because when Malami came to, who was then the country's Attorney General, made a broadcast in Hausa where he praised their ability to have captured their worst enemy. People rejoiced. In fact, it was like a celebration. The North was, you know, in a very rejoicing mood. They rejoiced over the capture of Nnamdi Kanu. And he made that broadcast and said that they, in collaboration with the Interpol, arrested him and brought him back. Later on, a very nosy journalist went to Interpol, got hold of the Interpol man and asked, you people, this operation, the Interpol man said, we are not involved. We don't know anything about it. So that is how the pack of cards began to fall. Now, eventually, the Kenyan government denied knowing that that sort of thing happened to Nnamdi Kanu. And then eventually became nobody wants to take responsibility. The last of it being that the DSS in the open court in Nigeria some weeks ago denied that they were part of those who brought him back. They say they don't know how he got back. So nobody has been able to take responsibility for how he was able to come back to now, which they are now trying to benefit from that illegality by putting him on trial. Charges that he faces, one of them is terrorism and terrorism and treason charges, and which he pleaded all not guilty. In 2022, the court rulings, multiple courts have ruled that the military invaded Nnamdi Kanu's home the military invasion of his house was illegal and that awarded a heavy cost. Those costs and that action has not up to today been settled by the military. In fact, Nnamdi Kanu have won several other cases for which none of them has been kept by the Nigerian government. The High Court in Umuahia awarded him that his fundamental human rights was totally violated, for which they awarded 1 billion naira, and that no court in Nigeria could try him. Well, the courts are still trying him. 2023, the Supreme Court of Nigeria reinstated the terrorism charge against Nnamdi Kanu. According to them, he should answer for it, even though the Supreme Court accepted that the lower court, which is the court of, the appeal court, erred in many ways. The court of, Murtala Nyako, what her name is, Binta Nyako, erred in many ways, and that the case should go back to. The other thing that people have expected was that you now reinstate his bail, but they refused to do that. So, which led to Nnamdi Kanu asking, is there one law for Nnamdi Kanu and a different one for the rest of the people? Anyway, legal maneuvering. 2024, Nnamdi Kanu's team requested transfer of his case due to alleged judicial biases, which was the reason why Binta Nyako recused herself from Nnamdi Kanu's case. Unfortunately, they decided that Nnamdi Kanu must be tried under Binta Nyako, and they insisted that she goes back to the case. Meanwhile, as we talk, remember, bear in mind that Nnamdi Kanu has been under detention. Okay, if you count the time he has been in detention till today, is almost 10 years, for which the federal government of Nigeria have not been able to find an adequate crime they can slap on him, because everyone that seems to slap on him falls to the pack eventually once he's brought under the light. In December 2024, court adjourned indefinitely as there was a legal team seeking a new judge, and the federal government was delaying from seeking, appointing a judge. And the alternative, they asked, since this case was somewhere in the southeast, his lawyers applied that the case be transferred back to the southeast, where is the place of the crime that you accuse him of, which they refuse to do. Now, in February 2025, the February 2025 case brief was reassigned to Murtala Nyako again, okay? And the defense team objected. That was why you met Nnamdi Kanu saying, you cannot try me, you cannot try me. That is a video that went viral, for which the Nigerian media used in running riot for themselves and accusing him of all kinds of things. He simply was stating what is legal in the Nigerian court system. All right. Sorry, somebody was screaming there. All right, so in April and May, new trial dates were fixed. With this time, judge was Omotosho. Omotosho took over the case May 20, and he said that he wanted an accelerated hearing. That accelerated hearing is where we are today. The proceedings have been disrupted due to issues of jurisdiction and all that, and adjournment, okay, and all that, because for now we expected to move faster. But there's a certain document that the police is yet to release, concerning what the team of Nnamdi Kanu is asking. So that delayed a bit. May 2022, he appeared again, and judgment on the military invasion of his house, as was given as evidence. Of course, you know that they have been trying to say that he jumped bail, but haven't looked at that. It was also, they gave evidence to that effect. Okay. There was also a documentary, the 30-minute documentary script line that Nnamdi Kanu, the trial and the tumor, which we are working on a 30-minute trial, which we can, we're working on the documentary. I'm not going to talk about it here. All right. I will jump that. I will jump all that. Okay. So, where did I leave? Yeah. So we are in that Justice Nyako, Omotosho. So far, I'm not though taking into what has happened, but so far have been fair to a large extent, and have continuously, tried to be on the balance. Yes, this is the milestone so far. I don't want to go into other areas, but summary of it is that Nnamdi Kanu's, what is the method of agitation, sorry, this is from my book. I don't want to go into that. Okay, but here is what I was trying to, what is the method of his agitation? Has it been faithful? Has it been, has it been effective? And has that been able to, or have the Nigerian system also respected that is, method of using non-aggression to agitate? Mr. Tony and before you come in, let us watch one or two videos that may be very instrumental to our discussion. One of which is this: the timeline for Nnamdi Kanu's, this timeline has been is very important, and most people will be able to understand it. You can look at it, and we'll go ahead. Now, one of the things that came out in the court is that when you listen to the evidence, some of the evidence do not even have any weight at all. You begin to wonder whether the federal government is serious at all or not. Because when such a case is brought, when you say something, people begin to wonder. One of it is that Mr. Goodluck, Mr. Bullock, Ahmed Bullock, was buyed by IPOB on the instruction of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But we know that Ahmed Bullock was killed on a Sunday. They said he was killed on a Monday on Biafra Day, on the orders of Nnamdi Kanu. One of the things that the team have tried to do is to situate what's going on right now, try to situate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in most of what has gone on in Nigeria so that the blame can be on him. But let's listen to what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said after the day that Mr. Ahmed was killed.
As a race, what Britain had in mind was the extermination of the Igbo race, to exterminate us from the face of the earth. But God intervened, and they're trying it again. That was why they killed Gulak in Owerri. Why do you think they killed him in Owerri? People, you see, I keep saying to journalists in Nigeria, you people are part and parcel of the problem. After politicians, the next set of vermin you have in Nigeria are the journalists. As soon as Katrina Lang said she was going on leave, my mind told me that something could be fishy. Something horrible is about to happen. And it has happened. It happened, didn't it? The same way with 1966. That's how they operate. Demonize to kill. Before they kill you, they first of all demonize you. Do you know what they did? Their so-called presidency, which is Garba Shehu and El Rufai, now that the ones running it, I'm going to lay a curse on them. I'm praying before I lay a curse on Garba Shehu. Nobody hears about their vice president, Yemi Oshibanjo. No, it's Garba Shehu we are listening to. Zoo animals that have no brain. They sent out a tweet. The suggesting that Gulag was killed by IPOB and ESN in Owerri. Listen, that's how they go. They exactly what they did with Nzogu. But you know that Nzogu fell for it. We cannot fall for such gimmick. These pathetic Nigeria presidents, so to speak, which is Garba Shehu and El Rufai, said that Gulag was killed by people who are determined to undermine the unity and territorial integrity of Nigeria, which means IPOB. That's what they're saying, a whole presidency of Nigeria. Now, Gulag was killed. Was it on Sunday morning or was it Saturday evening? I don't quite know. How can you, in a matter of hours, you have now decided to tell the world that you know those that killed him? Exactly what Tinubu did in Lagos. IPOB is planning to bomb. IPOB bombed. Exactly because what Katrina Lang said to them is, you must focus on demonization. You people don't read between the lines, but I do. When that demon, that devil that works for MI5, Katrina Lang, she was the one that was against Robert Mugabe. All the time that Britain had issues with the freedom fighter Robert Mugabe, do you know who was in Harare? Katrina Lang, the same woman. To lose your job. You people don't understand that we have very powerful enemies. That is why you must be well disciplined. If you want Biafra, which I know we all want, believe you me, we have to be disciplined. After all, the record conversations in the zoo, madam, go and look. Ask MTN, your husband has about 3 phones. He has about 3 phones, yes? About 3 phones. Ask all the networks he's using to give you his phone records and his text messages. There you will see the killers of your husband. It is not IPOB. Let me tell you what the man said before they killed him. The reason why they killed him, to tell you how evil they are. The reason why I know that Britain is behind this is the way they play. I know they must demonize you. To kill you, they first demonize you. That's how they do. It was this same woman, Katrina Lang, that demonized Robert Mugabe. Demonized him before the war. The same woman. They sent him to come and do this. That was why they formed BBC. Is it that simple? It's not common sense. If a high-ranking APC official can visit a place and refuse every security protocol, is because he is afraid or in fear of his own life. Have we ever had any encounter with Gulag to make him be fearful of his life? No, is the answer. The person that killed him is here. The person that killed him, he has mentioned his name. But Premium Times, Sahara Reporters, Punch newspaper, Daily Post, these are evil black people writing rubbish. Evil men and women claiming they are journalists. Evil people. The man mentioned his killer. Told you who killed him. But you are so determined because of you want to serve your British masters. You are so determined to pin it on IPOB. Okay, I don't know, man. You people are evil. Oh my God. I want our Hausa service to translate this very broadcast into Hausa language and play it for Hausa people. We don't know who this man is. He's inconsequential. He's a nobody to us. Intellectually, he's not a force to be reckoned with. I never mentioned his name before because I don't know who he is. But you see, do you see how God will always save us if our hands are clean? He will always come. Do you see how God, in his infinite mercy, told these murderers to kill Ahmed Gulag on a Sunday? Do you see how it works? Our sit-at-home lockdown is today. That's the only thing that saved us. And the existence of this video, where he told them who killed him. But Every newspaper editor in Nigeria, including Vanguard, they have collected money. Do you see why God hates black people? God hates because black people are wicked and evil. Look at your journalists writing, look at your journalists aiding and abetting lies and evil. This man made a video and told you that his life is in danger and who is going to kill him. But you all wanted it to be IPOB. Let us listen once again to what he has to say for the last time, so that when you're reading all those junk, you know what to tell them. Do you see how they want to incriminate us and tag us bad people? If you go to Google now, type in Nnamdi Kanu, you will see it there that I killed Ahmed Gulag. They are all in it together. They are all co-conspirators, all of them. All of them. Listen. He prayed.
I want to say what I have been saying over time. Mr. President, remove, arrest, prosecute Major General Ali Munguno.
That's the man that killed him. Ali Munguno is the man that killed Ahmed Gulag. Simple and short. Why is it that Nigerian journalists are trying to pin it on IPOB? Why? I'm asking them. Yoruba journalists, why are you people this evil? What type of demon created you people? You have no soul and you have no conscience. Oh God, let's continue listening.
Your national security advisor, he is corrupt, he is clueless, he don't have the interests of Nigeria and Nigerians at heart. And that Munguno is a hypocrite. If he is the NSC and he thinks he have available power within him, let him arrest me. He is corrupt, he's a thief, he's a problem to the security of this country. If people are afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm only afraid of God.
He is saying because he knows nobody can say that I am not afraid if his life is not in danger. Nobody can say that. But that's what he said. Let's continue listening.
Because Munguno is only busy stealing the monies meant to protect us. That is it. And the better for you, Mr. President, remove Major General Munguno. Is the most useless NSA ever produced in the history of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Are you listening? Now, they used Hope Uzodinma to kill him. Hope Uzodinma was the one that lured him to Owerri. Hope Uzodinma, like one more.
Ahmed Gulag was in Imo State for a national assignment. Elijah Ahmed Gulag was in Imo State for a national assignment. He came to Owerri with the Senate Committee on Constitutional Amendment. Being a humble man, he chose to travel incognito, according to his friend that was with him during the incident. Someone must have trailed him from his hotel to the airport. That is exactly why this grandson murder appears to be a clear case of political assassination. Let me make it very clear that everything will be done by security agencies to find those who murdered Gulag and their sponsors. They will not, by the grace of God, escape the punishment they deserve. This is not our character as Igbos, not in our tradition, nor in our culture. Therefore, we must rise to condemn this callous act.
All right. Thank you so much for being patient with me to lay out all that before we go into discussion. George Blue Shell. This topic we're discussing is about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know how you want it to be. Is it Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not Igbo? Why do you people find it so easy to sell somebody that is in, tribal when it has to do with Igbo discussions? When you go to your channels, nobody come and ask you guys what you are discussing is tribal. When you are talking Yoruba or talking any other language, you come here, you want to let us know. And as so far, have we discussed only about Igbos here? Some minutes ago, we were talking about Benue State. Is Benue State an Igbo state? Come on, guys. So all these things shouldn't come from you. You are better than that. All right. Why are we looking at this topic? We're looking at it because next week we're going to go into another phase of his court cases. And some of the things that have been said in his court cases, one of them, which I just played, is that he was accused of being the person responsible for, Alhaji Bulak. Bulak is not true because this broadcast was done on Monday, and Bulak, lost his life the day before, and now the what do you call it? The witness went to court and said that yes, it was IPOB by the orders of Nnamdi Kanu because he was killed on the 30th of May to mark the Biafran Day. Gentlemen, you are welcome, and I want you guys to put mouth in this discussion. So far, if you have been following the case, and like I laid out, I'm one person who has followed this. Like I said, I had the privilege of doing some of these stories before they came out. The one that happened in Aguila, is somewhere in Benue State, where this community was ransacked. We did a story on that, and we had to run for our life. That's a story for another day. But when we were saying this thing, they said we were troublemakers, bad journalists. You people go there and say what you want. You are not using the Nigerian system, which is developmental journalism. You talk of only developments, nothing else. You don't talk about any other thing that's worrying the people. If the commission road, you go and write good story about the road. You take pictures of the road and post. That's what the Nigerian system was killed to be like. And they call it developmental journalism. You only talk about developmental issues. But those who have been keen observers of what goes on in Nigeria will notice that things are killed to suit the narrative that the government want you to hear. And that's why we just woke up and realized that all this while we have been lied to. So many things we have been told, has been a lie. And just like somebody said earlier, Babangida captured it best when he said that we have been miseducated. But you see, that's my opinion. And what do we intend to achieve? So far, have you heard anything presented in court that seemed to stick on Nnamdi Kanu as a reason for his being detained for over 10 years and haven't been kept in a dungeon for so long? Yes, Mr. Tony, let me come to you. I see you had not. You're welcome. Tony, go ahead, sir.
Okay, I failed to say happy Father's Day to everybody. So let me just say it here now. Happy Father's Day to everybody. Now, I think I heard the last thing I heard was that this case, Nnamdi Kanu case, has been moved to DSS to another location, which should be DSS office or something. Can you confirm that that is right?
Yes, that's right. It was moved to the DSS office because they said the so-called transmitter that he imported, they want to go and inspect the container. You see, if you followed it, it's so funny because they imported transmitter. They said he imported the transmitter, but when they opened it, they said they saw food stuff. They didn't see any other things inside, household things. So now, but you see, I have a video here I didn't want to play to tell you when you talk about the Nigerian journalists, you wonder. The TVC news reporter still wrote that among other things, that's what they wrote. But in the court, the witness, when they opened it, they didn't see any meter. That what they saw was household item, 2-pump action, and some live cartridges. That's what they saw. Now, But our reports, especially I make reference to TVC, especially because right now it's like that's no go zone for Arise News any longer. But these people who have been reporting faithfully about this has been TVC and channels. Channels news is more balanced with what goes on in court. TVC spin to suit whoever is their Oga at the top. Anyway, yeah, that's true. So the next one, they will be going there to inspect that container.
Okay. Now, at the last court hearing, Kanu's counsel, they've been alternating between Kanu Agabi and some other lawyer, San, anyway. And they were cross-examining the prosecution witnesses, prosecution witness 1, 2, and 3. And from what we saw, if you look at the questioning and the answers of the veiled prosecution witnesses that came, a lot of the questions that they were asked ended up by not answering. They really didn't answer. Particularly, I think the third prosecution witness. A lot of the questions that Kanu's lawyers were asking, he couldn't really answer. So, as a layperson, if you look at the issue so far, it does appear that, to me, the witness has not so far established any prima facie case against Nnamdi Kanu so far. And I think that even the judge appears also to be very fair so far, warning the prosecution against any delays and so on and so forth. But maybe it would be good for this case to be tried out. So we'll see what the outcome would be, because all the cries and calls to the government, to the Attorney General, to issue a nulli prosecute in line with other people who have been pardoned, appears not to have been honored. So let the case go on, and let us see how this case is going to end. Because it appears for me, as a layperson, it appears that the government has just been fishing, looking for evidence here and there, and let's see what happens.
Okay,
but
Tony.
I don't think, on moral grounds, that it is fair for this man to have been held since 2015 without bail, and held in degrading circumstances, just as we heard. I mean, when the prosecution witness was asked if he's aware that the man was held in the dungeon and placed in dehumanizing conditions and all that, he said he's not aware. So, but let's see how this whole case goes, and let us see whether justice will be done. But for me, I think I've always said that the government should, just end this case and let the man go. If he's really serious about pardoning people. We saw the general that you played that was saying that Boko Haram people should surrender and they can become president and all that after all the atrocities that they have committed. So let this man go. He's a Nigerian. Let him go, and let us begin to make peace, and let us begin to move ahead and stop this waste of time and money and all the diversionary tactics that have been employed, by government just to hold the man for because they think that if you hold him, maybe you score some political point. Or it has not holding him. The trial has not helped the security situation in the southeast. We even have more serious issues in the north than we have, in the southeast, as it is now. So I just think that if we're looking at the bigger picture, We should start de-escalating some of all these conflicts that we have, just by a simple stroke, and then you end this whole thing. That's my position.
Thank you so much. I'm coming to the hard knock. But before I come to the hard knock, let's look at this.
To get peace talk with Katsina community, you can imagine that kind of thing. Just to remind you, see, Katsina State, now the state of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Maybe my ear go hear him, or you go hear what's in talk.
Boko Haram should lay their arms unconditionally and be accepted in the community. Opportunities are out there for them. They can be rehabilitated. An ex-Boko Haram stands having laid his arms and comes back, turns his way away from his negativity. He stands to be a president of this country. He stands to aspire to any position in this country. Why is he wasting his time when he cannot even deliver? We will do that. But we have appealed to them, including their detractors. I mean,
did you hear that? Why is he wasting his time when he cannot even deliver? We will do that. I hope you guys are listening to what he's saying. They will do it on their behalf. Okay? Listen, I want us to take something away from this discussion. This man's, you will have a lot to learn.
Any position in this country. Why is he wasting his time when he cannot even deliver? We will do that. But we have appealed to them, including their detractors, I mean their collaborators, to see reason to, as fast as possible, quickly drop their arms so that we can once again reoccupy.
Okay. You heard from the horse's mouth. This will not be say, them say, I say. Now, so journalists can't talk. You journalists, when I hear them from the man's mouth, what did he say? We will do that because they don't have the capacity to be able to even do what they're trying to do. But they can do it on their behalf. So let them come back, not waste their time, and be absorbed into the society so that they can now become our leaders. So that they can now become presidents, senators, central bank governors, generals, okay, in the army, and they can do whatever they want to do officially. Gentlemen, that's the country we live in. You are welcome, Mr. Benson. Let's go to Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, you've listened. I don't know if you've been following, but
thank you, man. Thank you, Mr. KG.
That's one of the things that came out from the court. Thank you, sir. That came out from the court procedure. One of it was that the so-called terrorists who had been brandished as terrorists all around the nation, when they went to search him, or when they found him with a telephone and a transmitter. Now, when he had a laptop, and eventually when they went to search the import that he imported, as they call it, a container, okay, of a transmitter, they could not even find the transmitter inside. And this person who is planning to take over government didn't have any arms and ammunition. No, so far they've not been able to discover any arms and ammunition around with him. But they still maintain that it's more dangerous than a terrorist that's been ransacking Nigeria. In fact, they said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is more dangerous than all the terrorists going on in the whole of Nigeria put together. Why do they think that Nnamdi Kanu is more dangerous than all the terrorists who have taken over territories, who have maimed, buyed, and ransacked communities, destroyed livelihood, businesses, and all that? In fact, according to a record, there are over 300,000 people have gone in this way from their hands. Why is that a mere man speaking through a transmitter is more dangerous than those who have been buying people all around?
I think for me personally, I'm going to toe the line of Brother Tony, and that has been my stand all the while about this issue. I think that the issue has to do with a political solution, but also recognize that the people that are holding in Nnamdi Kanu is not even the federal government; it's the governors of the eastern state, the political leaders in the southeast. They are the culprit of what is going on. they cannot ever wash their hands off what is going on within Nnamdi Kanu. Because I know that they think that their political position in the Southeast will be jeopardized if Nnamdi Kanu is released. They feel that his popularity will destroy their political career. So they are doing everything humanly possible to make sure that whatever we as common citizens of the Southeast are praying for the government to release this young man to go, they are from the behind the scene, making it impossible for this to work. The people, governors like Ojus Okalo, people like Ojus Okalo of Abia State, your former criminal governor of Abia State, somebody like Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Ebonyi governor, Enugu State governor, Umahi, these are the people. These are the criminal element we have in the Southeast that are making this work to be impossible. So I just think that yesterday when I was speaking in this platform, when Ngozi was on the anchor of this program, when they're talking about the Ogoni 9, and I said that the pardon or whatever of the Ogoni 9, they didn't commit any crime. They were only asking for a facial from the federal government, what is being the resources of Nigeria that is coming from their place, and the economic disaster that they have caused in the environment of Ogoni land. So it's the same thing that if they were genuine and sincere of, national reconciliation, what they're supposed to do on that day of Democracy Day was to, ask Nnamdi Kanu to go, but it is what it is. Does my opinion going to make them to change their mind? I don't think so. But I just believe that the solution to everything that is going on with Nnamdi Kanu is going to be a political solution. But the problem is that the political leaders in the Southeast, do they have the political will to do this? They don't have. Not that they don't have, but they don't want. Because they are only fighting for their political survival. Because they believe that if Nnamdi Kanu is released today and he makes a statement about where the Southeast will go, they know that most of them will never have any political, they will not have any political base anymore in the Southeast. So they are the people, for me personally, it's my personal opinion. I don't know what any other person thinks, but this is my personal opinion. If the people of Southeast, political leaders of Southeast who claim to be Mr. Tinubu's supporters, who claim to Tinubu is their God, they are members of the same political party. And I think that if they are trying to say they are sincere with the Easterners, they would have been fighting in a way that we will understand that they are fighting. So they are not doing anything. And like Tony said, the last comment he made, I think that this court, I said it yesterday, that it is all drama, because they have no evidence. It's just drama. They are just keeping this man there for nothing. They don't have any evidence. They are just making drama with us, trying to tell us that it's more dangerous than the Boko Haram people that have been killing people for all these years. If the man
My name is Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why we're here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children.
Sorry.
So if a man who doesn't have a weapon in his hand is more powerful or more dangerous than the people that have rendered the whole North, people cannot do anything. I don't know where they have to debate that. I don't know how they can be able to convince anybody that man is more dangerous than the people who has arms and everything. So, but it is what it is. It is all politics that is being played. But my sincere hope is it is time that they let Nnamdi Kanu to go, because they don't have any evidence against him. They should let him go for the interest of national reconciliation and national healing. He's one of the people that should let go. They should release him. and let him go. So for me personally, I don't think there is no amount of cry or hitting our heads on the wall that can change the minds of these people. If the people who are supposed to be doing it are pressing their buttons because of their political future. So my personal opinion has never changed from day one since the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. I've always maintained it. I've been consistent in what I believe, that the political actors in the Southeast are the problem that Nnamdi Kanu is still in the prison. And each and every one of them, if they say that is true, if they go and take an oath, they will die the next day, because what I'm saying is the truth. None of them is going to escape if they go and take an oath. If you tell me you don't know why this young man is still where he is, because the people who we think that can be able to speak for us in the political arena, those people that claim to be Bola Tinubu's sons and daughters, they feel that those ones doesn't have anything that they can contribute. So they think that they have something that they can give back. Let them make this young man to go, because I don't see the reason why that this man has been kept. For all the whole humiliation he has gone, for all the whole thing that has taken place, for the rendition, for the kidnap and everything. There are so many things that they should have considered a long time and let this young man to go so that we can heal. If people like Senator Baribe, who stood for Nnamdi Kanu, and the man from the Abia, from the House of Representative Agocha, these are credible people that the government can be able to trust these people, that this young man need to be released, to go back to his family, to begin to rebuild his life. He has a family, he has children, he has a wife, he has a family. He needs to rebuild his life, and move on, because if he has to move on, he got to move on in the way that he will be speaking like every other Nigerian who have seen what Nigeria is all about. Releasing him and him speaking what he has been saying is not going to stop. But I think that the best thing for everybody is to let Nnamdi Kanu to go.
Thank you so much. And those who have contrary, because sometimes if you can remove your mind from being a bit tribal, and look at it from speaking on behalf of another human being, I'm sure that you see the point that Mr. Ike is trying to make here. More so that, you see, systems radicalize people, and depending on how those systems are handled, I am one person who will say that there's not any of Nnamdi Kanu's broadcasts I never listened to, at least when I got to start listening to him. At first, his approach was not what I liked. But once I was reading another very freedom fighter from Southern Africa book, Steve Biko, which most of you may not know. And in one of these things, he said, no freedom fighter thinks right. I mean, like you. Because if they do, they won't even in the first place putting their life on the line, because they know that two things await them. The two things are either jail or life, or their life put on the line. So for you to sometimes begin to say, okay, his approach is not what I don't like. How many since have been incarcerated for over 10 years now? Have there been really the Igbo intelligentsias, those who know everything in this world? What have they put forward? Nothing. But before I go into asking a follow-up question from from what Ike have said, let us watch this video.
My name is Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why we're here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children, and men for that matter, all over Nigeria, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. We are not happy. We are not pleased with what is happening, and that is why we're here today. As you can see, there are a lot of Nigerians who are protesting about the killing of families, people who are determined to tear the country apart violently, and it is not something that we support. It is not something that we would like to see continue, and we are here today to send a clear message to the Nigerian government, through the High Commissioner, that what is happening in the country is unacceptable, and we cannot accept it. If that continues, it will lead to the violent situation of the country. There will be no more Nigeria for anyone to go to. There will be no Nigeria for anyone to refer to. In fact, what is happening in Somalia today will be like a tea party. So we cannot allow this nonsense to continue. Something has to be done. And the consequences of the actions of terrorism in Nigeria must be driven home to the people, so that even the terrorists themselves will be able to understand that there is no mileage in where they're going. The only thing they can accomplish is the breakup of Nigeria. If they think that they can cower people, if they think they can force people to be coerced into a religion which is not theirs, then they are clearly mistaken. We are asking for peace. We are asking for people to get together. We are asking for everybody who loves Nigeria, who is associated with that country, to please prevail upon terrorism in Nigeria so we can bring it to an end. That is why a multitude of Nigerians are here today. Those of us in the UK are determined to work with the government for peace. We are determined to work with the international community for peace. But one thing we cannot stomach is a repeat of 1966. What is happening today in Nigeria was the reason why Nigeria fought a bitter civil war for 3 years between 1967 and 1970. If this continues, there will be another civil war in Nigeria. And this time around, no place will be safe in Nigeria. This time around, nobody will be safe in Nigeria. So it is imperative that everybody who has the interest of the country at heart acts now and immediately to stop this nonsense from continuing.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing that. That goes to this TV, this network, Niger network. Okay, where are you? Right. So, no way, not again. All right. Quick question here to some people. Quick answer. When I say Steve Biko is not a very popular name when it has to do with the struggle in Southern Africa, except you are one of those who followed closely. I'm not trying to say that I don't have monopoly of knowledge. I know very little, but some of the ones I know. And that's why when I read these things, I was still a small boy when I read about Steve Biko, and eventually, so people may know it. I just say some people may not know it. That's one. Two, the problem I have with some Nigerians is that if you are talking about anything else as an Igbo man, and you join the Nigerian people and condemn the Igbo people, you'll be the best of their friends. The day you come and say, look, I'm Igbo, that is the day that you become tribal. Meanwhile, when they get into an occasion, when they get into a hall, the first thing they do is they speak their tribe. Okay, they speak their tribe, and they sometimes even want to use their tribe to conduct government official business. Those of you who work in Abuja will know what I'm talking about. But if you do it, you become tribal. Let's not do that. I used to be worried when I was growing up, when they do that. But now I've said to, call that bluff off. I'm not going to fall for that. If you think I'm being tribal because I'm talking about Nnamdi Kanu and I'm Igbo, well, too bad. All right. Having said that, I had to clear that off my chest. Yes, Tony, will you say, and the approach that Nnamdi Kanu have used, which is non-confrontational, non-violent approach in the agitation for Biafra has helped to go a long way? Or are you saying that it's actually too little to make a spark?
Well, I think initially, like you said, when he started, I didn't quite like his language. He appeared too confrontational. There were things that were said that I think didn't put him in good light. But since then, he's moved on. And if you look at his pronouncement, it's just been that, yes, his people are being marginalized. Yes, he's been held, because he is agitating for freedom for his people. So that has been his message, lately, which is true, and I can't fault it, because the East is being marginalized. I mean, you may not like it, but that is true. You can say that there are other parts of the country that are marginalized, but if you take the regions one by one, you begin to see it. First of all, one of the things I kept saying in this platform is that the East is the only region that has 5 states.
And the implication of that is a lot, because they are robbed of revenue, they are robbed of representation, they are robbed of size of population, they are robbed of infrastructure, they are robbed of so many things, universities, schools, representation at the federal, state, level. They are robbed of revenue that would have come to that particular state. They are robbed of universities. They are robbed of everything that any state would have. And I don't know why the Southeasterners appear to have kept quiet over the years since this thing has been happening. There has not been any vigorous attempt to pursue this whole thing. And I've said here that if there is any state that has to be created, it's for the Southeast. My people are asking for a state. But fair is fair. If there is any state, at least to get some balance, even though there's the region that has 7, but at least you would have balanced up, or seem to have balanced up that. And it's been happening. And so anybody who comes, you can say it's not Bola Ahmed Tinubu that did it. It's not, but I mean, government is a continuum. And government exists to right the wrongs that have been done to people. So I don't know why people don't see this. I don't know why the legislators can't see this. I don't know why the Eastern legislators don't see this and see that it's important, that they have been denied. They have denied a lot, even by just that alone. And I mentioned today that if you look at Ogun State, just one state has 4 federal ministers, but the whole region has 5. What are we talking about? I don't know how many Lagos has, because if Ogun State has 4, you can imagine what Lagos is going to have. So when people come here and complain and say, listen, it's not just that people are talking about Igbo. There is injustice to be done. I mean, that is done. And okay, they are defeated people. If you don't want them, let them go. If you don't want them, let them go. But you can't beat them and refuse to allow them the benefits. You say they are part of the country. You won't give them what is due to them. You will say they cannot become president. An Igbo man cannot become president. Is he a slave? Is he not a Nigerian? If he's not a Nigerian, let him go. But if you say he's a Nigerian, then why can't he become a president? Look at prior to the election. Look at the PVCs that were found. Most of them were for those from the East. Who did that? who did that? A human being did that to disenfranchise them. So we see all these things. And each time, these things are raised in this platform or elsewhere, they say Igbo people don't come again, Igbo people don't. I'm not from the Southeast, but we must speak the truth. If we want a country that is based on justice, that people, I don't care who is the president, so long as there's justice, so long as the government that works for everybody, I'm okay. But if you begin to rub it into people's eyes and begin to tell them they're nothing, they can't do anything in this country, then you are asking for war. So it's unfair as far as I'm concerned. And to go back to the question that you asked, there is a book by a professor in MIT. MIT is here in America, in Michigan. And that's the author. The author is Daron Acemoglu. He's an economist, a Turkish-American economist. And he co-authored this book with James Robinson. And the title of the book is Why Nations Fail. Why Nations Fail. And all the things that he illustrates in that book, you would find them in Nigeria today. Everything that he illustrates that can make a country fail, they are right there in Nigeria. And it's not as if our leaders don't know these things. They know these things. So I don't know what else we are going to say again. I don't know what else, but who do you blame? Like Ike has said, you have to start from home. Because it is from home that you be good. From Uno Kamadu Sadama. If you are not good in the home, then how can you go outside? How do you, when your home is in trouble, You cannot organize yourself at home. You cannot organize your family. You can. So how do you want people to look at you? So I don't know what is in the head of these our leaders. I don't know. I don't know why Umahi will be saying that after God is Tinubu. I don't know what is in his head. I don't understand. I don't understand what is going on. Your people are suffering. It's apparent. You can see it. Okay, so I'm myself, I'm tired. That's why I said, each time we discuss all these things, it just gives someone headache. And if there's, I don't know what solution. I think we should, like I said, we should just be looking for solutions, because these problems, every day they are aggravating. Every day they are aggravating. We are not. The more things change, the more they remain the same. Every day they are aggravating. So I just feel, you go to infrastructure, they will share infrastructure. They will not give the Southeast, and they do it openly. They do it openly, and it just is. Isn't there somebody? Is everybody in the Southeast dead? Is everybody dead? So that's why Nnamdi Kanu is standing and saying, "Listen, you people, are you not seeing what is happening? Are you not seeing what is happening?" I'm not his fan, but when I started seeing consistently these things that are happening, they have not stopped. They are continuing. It's being done because you people can't do anything. You can't do anything. That's why they're doing this to you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Tony. I'm coming back to you because it's a great discourse. Why some people think that we are being tribal on this channel. Others think that we are being we are not doing service to the Biafran. So you can see the world is always, it has two parts to everything. Why some people don't think, some are not supporting. Some people even think that what you are doing is not is injurious to the Biafran cause. Anyway, that is a discussion for another day. Mr. Ike, you've also followed the development as far as I know. The last time they were asked to name the things they found with Nnamdi Kanu that would make him such a dangerous man, and they called very, some sophisticated weapons that he had, and that was taken into evidence. One of those sophisticated weapons is a cell phone, and two laptops, and that was all they found with him. Now why we have moved to DSS office is because they have a box of transmitter for which he was using to do his terrorism, but inside the box itself there was no transmitter. Now, are you, just like Tony said, and many Nigerians think that these people are just playing games? Meanwhile, somebody said on the comment, and I had to make comments about those, but I just want to put this correct. I have a timeline, Oga, for what has happened right from 2015 till today. If you put all the time that Nnamdi Kanu has spent with the DSS or trying to run away for his life, it comes about 10 years. So if that is not enough time for you, even if five years is not enough time for you to be away from your family, your business, then my brother, I think you need to re-examine yourself. I'm not going to go further on that. Okay, yes, Mr. Ahamefle, please go ahead. Ahamefle, go ahead. No, you're muted. You're muted. Muted.
No matter from the angle or perspective we want to address this matter, we are all moving in the same direction and we're all saying the same thing, I earlier said that they are dramatizing, with the trial of Nnamdi Kanu because they do not have any evidence on him, So I just feel that they need to let the young man go. If you find laptop or telephone with him, did you see what were the content of what you saw in the telephone? was he calling for overthrow of government in Nigeria? What are the evidences that they saw? They cannot say because they saw laptop, they saw on his phone. And if they say there is something incriminating that is a security risk to Nigeria, they should make it public for us to know.
No, the follow-up question from the lawyer was that, is there anything incriminating about those items you saw? He said no, but what it can be used for can be incriminating or it can be dangerous.
But that's what we're saying. They're just playing game. They just don't have anything.
For 10 years, you have been chasing this man. You mean that you don't have any substantial evidence to lay on the table?
They don't have. That's why I'm saying that is. That's why I'm saying that it is sad that this young man is still be there. By now, we shouldn't have been talking about his detention. But by now, we should have been talking about, reconciliation and, rehabilitation and, for him to come out and see that Nigeria and Alibo is moving in another direction. We would have been a very big contributor to the welfare and the way forward for the Southeast. So, and that's why I said what I said earlier, that the political class afraid that mere hearing the name of Nnamdi Kanu, that Nnamdi Kanu is a free man, is going to put a lot of shivers and fear in all of them. Because some of them who has committed so many atrocities all in the name of chasing IPOB people, for example, in Imo State, which the one I know vividly very well, where I come from, and Luzon in particular, where I come from, where they have, where the governor of Imo State has committed so much atrocities in Imo State. If you remember Omoma Magic, in the whole of Omoma, there was no election in 2023, but vote was awarded. In the whole of my town, the whole surrounding towns in Olu area, there was no election in 2023. But that issue got vote. There was no election. I am telling you by fact. There was no single election anywhere from my town to from the beginning of Oluta Amifeke to Beru to BBT Hitowre to Itenansa. There was no single election during the last election. But Hope Uzodinma got vote in every of those areas. That's what we are telling you. That's what I'm saying. So this kind because this man you see now, he is the master planner of APC. He is the man who is moving what is going on. He's the man that the man in Babylon has handed over Southeast to destroy Southeast with everything he's doing. So if you are not, Soludo is jumping up. He's trying to show that he's with the president because he's afraid that he's going to lose this election. Even though Kachuku can, in the normal free and fair election, cannot even get up to 10,000 votes. But he's not sure if he's coming back at the second time governor. We're talking about Soludo and this man now because of what Abure and his criminal gang has done to Labour Party. If not, if there was the original and genuine Labour Party, the days of Soludo is numbered in Anambra State. So I all this thing is that Hope Uzodinma has become the demon in the Southeast. He's the man, and he and Umahi are the people, and the Jews of Kali. Remember what your brother said, that he's ready to lay down his life for the man from Babylon. That's your brother, the former governor. That he said he's ready to lay down his life for his. You see the last interview granted the channel. How many times? More than 20 times they asked him about Alex Oti, about Peter Obi. He said he has not gone here to discuss Mr. Peter Obi. Because the name of Mr. Peter Obi is, the fear of Mr. Peter Obi is the beginning of wisdom in the Southeast, in all the whole political figures in Southeast. He couldn't say anything about Mr. Peter Obi. He sneaked back to Abia State and went to visit Alex Oti. And Oti told him, listen, my friend, get out. I'm only here to serve my people, and I am a member of Labour Party. I'm not ready to listen to your campaign, you know. So this is the problem we have. These are the people that is our problem. This kind of group of people are the problem we have in Southeast. So for me, I think that the day they release Nnamdi Kanu, there is going to be a total peace in the Southeast. I'm telling you. All the young boys who are doing all this some crazy stuff, everybody will raise their hands up, you know, and people going to live a normal life. Who tell you where the people in the Southeast are not tired of every Monday everywhere is closed? They are tired comparing the present economic situation in Nigeria, where every family is suffering. You know, the pressure is not only for the people there, all of us that are talking here. The pressure is even more in us that are outside, that we are saying, after all, what is happening in Nigeria doesn't concern you. But every day, every night, your telephone is ringing. Your family members are calling your number. You cannot deny your family not to call your number. Your friends who have your number, you cannot deny and say that they are no more using that phone. So they have to call you. So the pressure is even more on us, because at the end of the day, the only thing that we enjoy here more than them is peace, freedom, and security.
I agree with you, Ike, totally, because remember, you know, a fish out of water can never be the same. Even if you like put down for your bathroom bathtub, it's not the same thing as being in the open ocean. So any person with a black skin who is living in the country that weather and everything is a bit different, it sometimes takes a bit of a while for it to adjust. Having said that, let's make traction. Now, the case so far, and I'm coming to you, Tony, is that majority of Nigerians, and especially from the northern, you know, sect, and even the south, sometimes want to look at what Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB is doing as more dangerous. And I say that because they are quick to comparing, okay, than what is going on with all the other terrorist actions going on around Nigeria. Will you see it as that also? Knowing that now that we know as what we know, I have a video where Nnamdi Kanu was talking about the inauguration of the ESN, where he said they are only supposed to be in the forest, and that if you see anybody that says it's ECN in the city, is not an ECN member. And ECN was so effective because it was run by this man. I give credit to the young man who put this video together. It was being held by this man who was eventually murdered in his house.
The man that made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go emotional for the first time in his life, made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wail that day on live. Many people did not know about Ikonso until that very day. Until that day, it was all over the news on what happened and how he was unalived. On 13th of June, during Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's court trial, the masked witness specifically mentioned Ikonso's name and accused Ikonso of committing heinous, violent, dangerous crimes against the Nigerian state government, most especially accusing him of targeting Imo State's prison. Also, during the court trial, it was accused that the ESN and the IPOB also attack security personnel, particularly those of Fulani extraction. And I will read exactly the words used. The prosecution asked the witness, "Are all members of IPOB also ESN?" The witness answered, "Yes, They enforce Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's instructions. They attack security agents, especially Hausa Fulani. When the prosecution asked him, who is Ikonso? This is what the witness answered. He said, he is one of the feared ESN members. On April 5th, Ikonso led an attack on the Imo State Correctional Center. Those were the exact words of accusation of the witness. But somehow, by nature or by fate, the man Ikonso himself is not alive to either defend himself or respond to those accusations. So in this video, we'll be looking at the man himself, Ikonso, doing an unbiased fact-checking and digging to see if actually the accusations against him in the court on that day were actually merited, or perhaps a targeted hoax to stir up emotions as a way of pinning or indicting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the group he leads and represents.
All right, I just wanted to get to that point before I stop it. I want you to see the reason why Nnamdi Kanu is feared.
But before then,
sorry,
one thing is certain.
Sorry.
The man Ikonso himself is not alive to either defend himself or respond to those accusations. So in this video, we'll be looking at the man himself, Ikonso, doing an unbiased fact-checking and digging to see if actually the accusations against him in the court on that day were actually merited, or perhaps a targeted hoax to stir up emotions as a way of pinning or indicting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the group he leads and represents.
Okay, I wanted to get this what I wanted to get all of us to. You see, if you look at this picture, you see that everybody who is here had come on his own and by himself. It is not because they were paid to be here. It's because they believed in the cause the man was chasing. Consequently, that is what the politicians in the Southeast are afraid of. I have a video of Nnamdi Kanu going to Benue State, where you have more than 10,000 people following, youths of all kinds, of all ages. So this is what they fear. As for Ikonso, most people don't even know who Ikonso is. And anyway, I don't want to respond to anybody on the chat listing. Ikonso was one of those people who helped to keep the communities, the forest communities safe. Remember, one of the reasons was why ESM was formed was because people could no longer go to their farms as what is happening in Benue now. When they go, it's either they come back raped, killed, or something else. So it became imperative that the bushes needed to be guided. The same way that Nnamdi Kanu was warning the West, that the Fulani were taking over their forests, and very soon nobody will be able to go there. It's what is happening today. So here is what I will say. Again, can we say of real or for sure that this agitation has been justified by any means? Is there anything that is remaining? Is there something that you are expecting that is going to come out this week that will wow you or that will make you begin to wonder if is there anything that we are looking forward to? Because I haven't, I have a bit of people who are lawyers, and they tell you the lawyers will present their best case, their best weaknesses first before going to other ones. Or is it that these people decide to change their own? They are bringing their best weaknesses last. What do you think is going to go as we're going to this week? What we're going to expect, Mr. Tony? No, you are muted, sir.
Sorry. I said I was listening recently to an interview of Chief Olu Falaye. In fact, His Royal Highness now, because he's a traditional ruler somewhere in his state. And he was being interviewed basically on the state of the nation, part of it to do with security. He was once kidnapped and so on and so forth. And his state has had his own fair share of insecurity. And I am wondering, the Yoruba states have been able, Southwest have been able to, in spite of their various differences, have been able to agree, and they have a security outfit called Amotekun. They have a joint command, the United Command, and they are building on it. And somehow we see gradually progress being made, in trying to arrest the restiveness, the terrorism in that region. And I'm wondering, why is it difficult for something that will benefit the entire Southeast? Why is it difficult for the governors to put away their individual differences and tackle, first of all, this insecurity problem that has been there in the Southeast, affecting life, affecting business, affecting access to and fro various parts of the state? Why has it become a rocket science to them to sit down and agree and say, let us jointly put our resources together, let us bury our hatchet, and let us begin to address this problem? Let us call community leaders. Let them talk to their people. Let us now sit down and articulate a strategy, first of all, ourselves, to deal with the internal, because let me tell you, whether you like it or not, once there is a complete state of breakdown, which you are seeing now, you will have elements, fifth columnists, who will try to exploit the situation and pursue various interests that will fit them. So I believe that there are actually people, bad people, rogue elements in the Southeast who are also helping to perpetuate the insecurity problem that we have right there. Okay, so but why is it difficult? Why has it been too difficult for Anambra has started something? Why can't Imo join them? Why can't Abia join them? Why not just individually? Why can't they have a synergy, build up some sort of because as an 1 million
because what Anambra is doing is fake. What Anambra is doing is to their political gladiators, not really, because if you talk to people of Anambra, you will tell you that it's more problematic. So if you are talking about what is being set up in Abia State, that I can say okay, because Alex Oti is working with local people to be able to get those things. So it's not like what this man chose, what Soludo is doing, which is like bringing your friends and giving Agro people opportunity to go and make money out of the people. That's not what they are doing, because Anambra vigilante, even arresting people and detaining them and going to people's houses. The videos are out there. Okay, so those people have become a law to themselves, unlike the other system where you go to a community and say, get your own children, let them be the ones to do this, let them collaborate with us and keep their security, their communities safe. I think that's a big difference.
Yeah, what I'm saying, there are in my town, for instance, we have a vigilante that is approved by the police, and they are armed. And in fact, I was the first person to buy walkie-talkies for them. You know, I spent 500,000 naira. That was many years ago, about 5 years or 6 years ago. No. What am I saying? This is over 10 years ago. I tried to, I spoke to the Commissioner for Information, to see how, we can get them vehicles, mobilize them, because they were really helping the police. They were working, hand in hand with the police. They come from the locality. They know the areas. They know the criminals and so on and so forth. So they can work in tandem with the police, So that is just at a local level. So what I'm saying is, why has it been difficult for the governors to meet together? They have a lot of money in security votes. Why has it been difficult for them to forget about their political leanings and tackle this common problem? Because every time we keep blaming Tinubu this, Tinubu that, Tinubu, but even within ourselves, with the resources that we have,
Tony, hold on.
With the money that we have for security that they don't account for.
Mr. Ike, Mr. Tony has asked a question. This is Mr. Tony is not living in the East. You are living in the East. How be it that you people cannot come together? By the way, what is the role of the saboteurs in the East vis-a-vis constantly making sure that things don't work in the East?
But that's what I've been telling you, is because the one Brother Tony wanted to use as Anambra as an example. How many months has he stayed? Governor Soludo has politicized the outfit already. They are now he's a part of his campaign. They are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They are looking for political opponents. They are not doing what they're supposed to do. So it's one of the problems we have is that we are all Republicans. We believe you can say anything, An Igbo man does not believe in loyalty. An Igbo man believes that he can walk away from Tony tomorrow. It doesn't matter. After all, I'm an Igbo man. I can find my way, That's one of our problems, my brother. So the governors in Southeast, they don't have the interest of the Southeast. Like the model Mr. Peter Obi used in Anambra State is what Abia State is trying to use. There is nothing wrong that was that. For 5 years, there was no crime in Anambra, there was no robbery in Anambra State, which was confirmed by the Inspector General of Police then. So are you going to tell Hope Uzodimma, this is the man who that is a demon that is alive. This man is a devil incarnate that is alive. This man has no conscience. He's not even a human being. I don't know whether he is human being because he doesn't have any conscience. Is he the man that they are going to ask to form vigilante, for example? He's not going to form vigilante because the ones they have already killed all the old young men. You have in my Olu senatorial zone, where he come from. In the area where he come from, there is no more young men in Osun local government area. You don't have any young men anymore. Everybody has run away. But he's the governor of Imo State. He's living in Owerri, governing in Owerri. But in his own area called Osun, there is no peace. Right? The same thing I used to say here most of the time, that young men in Olu senatorial zone, everybody has gone away. Because if they see you, the young boys who now decide to settle it, because like village is no more village. Village is like a small town now in Nigeria. So people do business. Those who decided they want to settle in the village and do their business. In the evening time when they go out to, have one slang of pepper soup and a bottle of beer in the restaurant, that's where you go and gather them and give them the title of IPOB members. And that's where when they take them, they disappear. You never see them. And that's why every young man in our senatorial zone, nobody want to stay there. So if the governors of the is it the governor in Ebonyi State who is the puppet of Umahi? Umahi is an Hausa man. Umahi is an Igbo man. What showed him that he's an Igbo man? Which action that show you that the man is an Igbo man? What has he done that make you to believe he's an Igbo man? Right?
You know, Ike, I tried to pull into a discussion I don't want to hold because I have so much against the, he's a Fulani Igbo man because you can see what he's close. Since he became governor and since he came to limelight, he doesn't wear Igbo clothes. He's always wearing
that's what that's what I'm saying. That's
so,
does he represent you anywhere? Even when there is a function in the southeast, you see him every time. Then every minute he's doing his babariga. Every minute he's doing his babariga.
Let me tell you what is paining me the most is the landmark destruction of that landmark company that was destroyed. Thousands of people who work there till today, some of them have been rendered, they've gone back to their communities because no more job. Thousands of people, not to talk of the millions of dollars that man's business was worth and was crushed, And yet, the piece of land that was destroyed, they did not use it for the road. So you begin to wonder what kind of a nation that we're running, really. A nation that has the highest, percentage of unemployment. They are still destroying people's, and then the highest number of, homeless people. You are still destroying
highest number of mortality among women who give birth.
Yes. But all these things are nothing for government to think. See, now, so Tony, here's even though we're dealing with the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, who, by the grace of God, no matter what they throw, because it's like putting water on the back of a tortoise. You're only wasting your time. So what we are saying now is this, which is the best approach? Because some people, I've listened to some people's comment, they are saying that, okay, the reason why I played the Goodluck interview was because Goodluck, before he was killed, made a broadcast by his phone and said he
his life is threatened.
Yes, by the National Security Advisor. He called the name. And then he was asked to come to Owerri. I'm saying this because it was painful to me as an individual. I know he is an uncle of some people I know them. So haven't gone to Owerri with the government, security system. Early morning, somebody, early evening, somebody told him that they are coming to get him that hotel. He should leave. I should not leave with the security that he has. So tell me who would have called him. And just like Nnamdi Kanu said, at that time, the next day, Nnamdi Kanu made a broadcast, say, this man has 3 phones. If you want to know who killed him, get his phones. Get his phones and look at the people who called him, who made the calls, or people he tested before this thing happened. Now, it is surprising for us that the court now comes up and somebody says that it was Nnamdi Kanu that gave the command. And they did that because they wanted to use it to mark the Biafra Day, 30th of January of May. Unfortunately, he was not killed on the 30th of May. What does that tell you? Is it that they're just fishing around? You first of all they said he was the one who was in charge of NSAS protests. He was the one who was giving the command, burn this place, burn that place. Now, at that one ended, you now come up now. So are you just looking for places? And then you said that Ikonso is the one who orchestrated the jailbreak in Owerri. When we are seeing people who are doing video, we saw that your officers were even there. I was looking for that video where the officers of the prison were standing by the door when all this was going on. Nobody was using their gun. Okay. Now, I don't know where I left that video. Okay, I had too many videos loaded up, so I can't find it. But there's a reporter, a Channels TV reporter that went back and was reporting, and saying this for those who do not have an understanding of how these things happened. He went back to the jail in Owerri and said, right before the jail, just behind me, not too far away, you could see the government house. beside the government house is the GOC's house. Beside the GOC's house is the police commissioner and the police headquarters. Now, all these things happen for 4 hours of the night. Neither the security of the governor, nor that of the GOC, nor the police headquarters, nor the prison themselves responded with anything. The people just came into the display, shot them their way through, and the escape was over 1,000 people. And guess what? Majority of people who were in Owerri prison were Boko Haram people. Let's just put it where it's supposed to be. So it was IPOB that came to free Boko Haram from inside the prison, led by Icons or what? What is it? I mean, how does it make sense? So help me make sense of it, Mr. Tony.
Well, but for this video that you just played, I have always, anytime that name is mentioned, I have always thought of Ikonso as a criminal, as a terrorist, because the videos that I watched and the things that were said about him is that, in fact, some even said that he was a robber, so terrorizing, the state. So that's the picture,
Now, but that's
the picture that I have of him.
I can continue this video because that guy went to do an extensive interview. He went, I don't know how well he went, but he did a very good thing. The problem Ikonsu have was that he was called to lead a battle. He was one of the people leading the ESN. So he was called to lead a battle, and he refused. He refused. His community people, he's not in his father's house, they went to kill him. It's in his house now. Okay, so if it was what they said it was, he'll be having a bicycle, a motorbike as his only belonging. He won't be having any motorbike now because we know how those people who do those things, how big they are, and what they parade around. Okay, but his only crime was that he was found to be, those people, in the community always have people who are, daredevils.
Radical.
Yes, it was one of those daredevils, So that was the reason why they wanted him to lead the battle. Just like I was telling the Benue people today, we know those people who should have been able to defend Benue, but the Benue people agreed with the oligarchies who are telling them that those their boys, those their children were evil. Today, those things that have to do with those children have arrived. None of them dare to defend the children, defend their land. So anyway, I'm not cutting you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So I mean, the person who, one maxim in law is that he who alleges must prove. So the court is not just going to take an evidence because somebody says so. You have to prove. You have to prove. Not just mouth it. And just apart from just saying it, he has not been able to prove when he was cross-examined. He has not shown any tangible proof to say yes that this person was involved, that he ordered it. He didn't play any video or any report or there was no tangible evidence that was presented to the court to substantiate that claim. And when he was cross-examined, we didn't see any physical evidence except maybe there may be some others that we haven't heard or we haven't seen. But there was no beyond just saying that he did this, he did that, he did that, he did that. But if you look at the cross-examination, you see most of the things they're asking, he doesn't know, he's not aware, he doesn't know, not aware, he doesn't know, and that's supposed to be a witness for the prosecution. So, but you see, that is expected because if they are after you, they'll throw everything at you, hoping that one of them will stick. That is it. It's very clear that those who are prosecuting Nnamdi Kanu has something against him. Otherwise, I don't know what the penalty for whatever they are charging him for, would have been if he's found guilty. For 10 years that he's been held. You hold a man for 10 years, hold him sometimes in very dehumanizing condition, no access to his doctors, for that long.
Tony, one of the fallout of this is that DSS denied that they're not holding him in the dungeon, and they didn't force him to write statement. So Omotosho is to tell a trial within a trial, which means that
yes,
it's okay. And that was a very move by his lawyers, who said, look, these people forced our client to write these things. And then eventually they went into that discussion. And they found out that everything he was saying was correct. He was forced. In fact, he was told that that was when we even got to know the inhuman treatment that was.
He mentioned names.
Yeah.
And they asked the witness to say he doesn't know this one, he doesn't know this one, he doesn't know.
Yeah. Yes. They were giving him 1 hour of daylight. 1 hour of daylight. Imagine sitting in a room with a very dim light, and you are in 1 hour of daylight. And for those of you who don't know where this dungeon is, it's somewhere in Abuja. And if you stretch out your hand, the walls are almost the same level from when you stretch out, you touch both sides with your hands. So the capacity to actually drive you crazy is there. So you need to have a serious
That guy is a strong man. They want to break him down mentally, they want to break him down physically. They just force him to just say something, but you see, I think that again, I think that we are just living our house is burning and we're pursuing rats. Because like I said, the issues that we have, the real issues that we have, that the nation has right now, is not Nnamdi Kanu and so on. That's not his issue. We have very serious problems, insecurity problems, apart from other economic problems, and but the issue of insecurity is spreading. I mean, if terrorists can have what is it? Can have the power, can amass military assets that they can use to go and attack a military barrack and wreak havoc there, and have drones and all those things.
Shoot down three Air Force jets. They've shot down 3 Air Force jets.
I mean that is that's gone beyond. That's gone beyond. That's now gone beyond. Just mere terrorism. This is war. This is real war. So we must wake up. You see, we must wake up, and we have heard videos, seeing these young boys, this rank and file, crying. Give us weapons, we're ready to fight. You people are starving us, you're killing us for nothing. The big men are enjoying and using our money to do whatever. And we've seen generals who have been tried and sentenced, and evidence that some of these monies, are going to wrong hands, wrong pockets. This thing is serious. The governor Zulum has shouted, he has screamed. The governor of Sokoto, all of them, where? Who hasn't complained? Who hasn't cried out? So I don't understand. I just don't understand. What I feel so. Anybody is almost a state of nature.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. Listen to this guy, because he went to a large extent.
To any position in this country, you are a rebellion. God will punish you. Brigadier General Abdul Malik Bulama Biu, now you are the talk to. You are a rebellion. So are you trying to tell me that Boko Haram stand in the chance to any position in this country? Why warrant officer, master warrant officer, sergeant, corporal, lance corporal, private, are be court martial? A minor case have been court martial unlawfully sent to underground for many years, they don't even have hope, talk less of standing a chance to any position as an ex-soldier in this country. Why you convict a service soldier who commit any minor offense and court-martial them, send them to underground forever? You mean Boko Haram that is killing people in this Nigeria, that they stand a chance to any position in this country, that they will be rehabilitated, that they should lay down their arms? Once a terrorist is a terrorist. Now I know the death row that have been happening to soldiers in Maiduguri was being planned by Brigadier General Abdul Malik Bulamabiu. So Nigerians, they all listen to you. I don't want to talk about you until I saw this video. So you have been calling Boko Haram, communicating with Boko Haram to come and be attacking all the whole location in Maiduguri, so that soldiers will be lost in their life, so that you will be gaining. You are incompetent commander. You are incompetent general. You are the problem you have in Maiduguri. You are the main problem in Maiduguri. Armor commander, they are the one causing problem in this Nigeria army. Armor commander, armor officers. You people are the problem we have in Nigeria. You, Brigadier General Malik Bulama Biu, open your mouth to tell Nigeria that Boko Haram stand a second chance. They can be rehabilitated into the community, that they stand chance to be in any position in this country, that you are sending message directly to Boko Haram in whatever they do, in whatsoever they do, in any kind of life they take in this Nigeria. At the end of it, they stand a chance to become president, they stand a chance to become governor, they stand a chance to become senator. No wonder all of you are bowing down, shaking senator with two hands, not knowing that those are the ex-Boko Haram sponsors that you people are buying for. You are buying for them for giving you an office to feed. You people will call Boko Haram to come and attack location. You will use some of the Boko Haram that you people rehabilitated. You will send them to come and attack another location in Maiduguri, so that I go chop. You people will send them to go and attack a location in Katsina, in Niger, in Yobe, in Sokoto, so that when the federal government launch allocation, you people will sit on that allocation. Even the soldier that is dying, sacrificing their blood, they will not eat anything. You people are looking for where to command. Anywhere we want to command, we not use soldier anyhow. We not call the terrorists to come and attack, so that the government go create a way. We'll be sending allocation to that particular place every blessed year. You have opened different type of operation, telling the government that there is operation. You will be gone. You will be doing evil meeting within yourself, stupid meeting within yourself. So you open your mouth to tell Nigeria that an ex-Boko Haram stand a chance in any position, that they can be rehabilitated into the society if they lay down their arm. Why master warrant officer, AWO, warrant officer, sub sergeant, sergeant, corporal, lance corporal, private, you people got marshal them unlawfully for a minor case and send them to underground because they stand to say this is their right. You forge allegation against them, dismiss them, send them to underground unlawfully. Then telling Nigeria that Boko Haram, after they kill a lot of people, after they kill soldiers, they make some people sonless, fatherless, motherless. Then those kind of people, they will still come to the society and become somebody for society. Then the soldiers who laid their life for the betterment, for the solution of this country, who stood and said, this is my right, and you people charge them unlawfully and dismiss them unlawfully by court martial and send them to military police guard room underground forever, does not even have future in the country. Brigadier General Malik Bulamabiu, what is your mission? Now, you and Major General A.E. Abubakar, una don't join together. Is a former 3 deep GOC, you now 7 deep GOC, una don't join together, and una mission don't complete to make sure that una go for this country. I dare una, now God go punish una. Una no go make am for the blood of the innocent. Una don't share for that Meduguri. Una take the play gamble. It go rise against una. Una go see am. Una no go see the end of this life. Una go die ultimately.
You know, that's a strong one. That's a very strong one. That's something that makes me very sad is that this is the Nigerian army that fought gallantly trying to restore peace in the Congo in the 1960s. This is the Nigerian army that has performed so well in amongst the UN peace troops all over the world. This is the Nigerian army that fought so hard to restore peace in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, even when it was trying to spread to Guinea, and this is the Nigerian government that stood. Even help some other. This is the military, that also fought to ensure the liberation of South Africa from apartheid, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Angola, and even also fought to restore democratic rule in Gambia, in Ivory Coast, when there was a challenge when someone who didn't win an election, tried to stay on. And Nigeria, flexed its muscle and got those countries to those leaders to leave. So what has happened to this military? What has happened? When Babangida was a head of state, I remember that at one time he granted immunity to soldiers. To say anything, I give you immunity. I think we may have to try that option. Because you need to hear from the rank and file. You need to hear from them because they are the ones that fight this battle. And there are many things they know, they see, but they can't say it because they'll be court-martialed. You need to take away that immunity. I mean, you need to grant them immunity and let them come and say.
Tony, who is going to grant the immunity? The same people who are eating fat from the national cake?
So because we have to solve this problem. The nation has to hear. Let the nation hear what their leaders are doing. Because these guys know a lot. They know what the issues are. They know what, but they can't say it. If they say it, then they're in trouble.
We are talking
about can you imagine
army when people when generals were really generals. We're not talking about who. Is it not Christopher Musa who now said that they were pampering this? That's the reason why the thing have gone up to this point.
By the time a junior officer would look his general in the face and challenge him and try to eliminate him, we have had those things in Nigerian history in recent history. When they will go on riots, has never happened before. There is a decay that is happening in the military. Serious decay. And we can't continue like this. Somebody must stand up and say, no, you can't win the war against terrorism with this what is going on now that we see. You just can't. You just can't. The morale is low. They are not equipped. There's a lot that is going on. There are fake columns. There are people who are agents within the military. It's not just me saying it because people have said it. There are fake columns. Even Jonathan said it. We know those who are supporting Boko Haram. We know some of them are in government. Some of them are in the military. And nobody has come to fish them out and bring them out. Nobody has had, no government has had the willpower to say, well, let us deal with them. So how can you make progress?
I agree. You see, now,
it's not just enough to talk.
As we try to conclude, I want to ask you a question. If government led and spoken through by the army can go to the hinterlands and call terrorists and advise them to give up their struggle and take them, put them in government houses, give them government food, pay them, relocate them, settle them. Why is it difficult for the same government who have done these things to do it with the Indigo, who have been crying since, just today alone? I took note where this guy was speaking. Since 1945, that Zik, 1947, 1949, that Zik addressed the Igbos. This is even far before independence, that there's a case of marginalization here. Since that time, they have been saying we want us to sit down and discuss on and up to this moment. Why is it difficult to sit down with the ethnic nationalities in Nigeria and have a discussion? What's so difficult?
Well, there's been a lot of discussions. There have been, some of them
Yeah,
are
when I
wrote,
mean
some
when I
of the
mean discussion,
recommendations. Huh?
for instance, I'll give you an example. If you read the Nigerian constitution, you see so many lacunas, as the lawyers will say. In the first place, why mention about Islam and mosque in the constitution? Why did he mention Christianity as an alternative? Why give Grand Cadi up to the point of a court of appeal?
Appeal.
Yes. Are we running the same government? Now, one of those people, when people sit sometimes and they're talking about, they say Igbos are talking about what is marginalization in Igbo land. They forget that Nigeria, in the resources that is shared according to first local government and population. Now, the money that goes to Kanu and Katsina, not even maybe Kaduna or any of those ones we chose to, is the same money that goes to the whole of the entire southeast, because Kanu has 44 local governments.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes,
that's already taking care of 2 states in the southeast. Now, if you put another one, almost by the time you put 3 states of the center, that is the north, it's the whole money that goes to the southeast. Now, the southeastern senators and legislators, even if they come together and speak with one voice, they cannot move a needle. They cannot move a needle.
that is why they have to struggle for their states first, because they are disadvantaged. If you are going to have,
Now,
they are disadvantaged, and that's a political weapon.
Yes, Benjamin Kanu, who is the very executive number 6 man, or how he calls himself, in the government. Now, he was trying to push for creation of states, but now, instead of creating a state for the southeast, the whole of Nigeria is getting, everybody has already got a state to be created on their behalf, which has always been the issue. When the senators, I know wondering why any Barry has not been able to do anything in the Senate except talk, because they won't give him the light of day. No matter how good his idea is, they will throw it off. Remember this this second Niger bridge, that John Damboyi and Colin Nems was the first person who moved that motion during the Obasanjo era self, that this bridge they should do it because it's going to bring commerce and into the southeast, and people can commute easily. It's going to open up the space. His colleagues called him aside and said, "Come on, are you okay? Don't you know that if this bridge approved, all our other states, some of the cities will be extinct, because it is the Igbos passing through Jos, passing through Akwanga, Nasarawa, Lafia that brings business. If they not divert their traffic."
KJ, you have to use what you have to get what you don't have. No matter how disadvantaged Igbo man is, or the Southeast is, they still have areas of strength that they have not exploited.
I agree.
They still have some muscle that they can flex that they have not done.
I agree.
Let me give you an example. You see, all this thing that they are doing on Monday, close down, for me is useless.
Okay.
Just think of a situation where just for the interest of the Southeast, and Nigeria. They decide, I know it can be painful, but this one has reached a stage where it's a question of life or death. Just imagine all these things that they close on Mondays, every Monday. If the Igbo man decides, forget about the governors, because nothing good can come out from them. I'm speaking generally now, even including OT. Because I feel bad for OT, because you can imagine the groundswell of attacks and vilification and pressure that they would have been putting on him. To come. He was in APC before. To go back to APC, he has to be careful. He has to watch his. I can imagine the difficulty, the challenge that you'll be facing. So these are politicians. This guy said, don't die in their wars. Now, but the people have power. For instance, let us go to commerce, the business group, the Igbo people. They have some economic power that they can flex. Take the retail sector. It's going to be very painful. But think of a situation where the Igbos organize themselves. They are very prominent and very visible in the retail sector of the economy. And they say, okay, instead of doing this thing we're doing every week, Monday, that affects only some places in the southeast, we are going to do something national. From Monday to Wednesday, close down, no shop, no trading, all over the country.
Okay.
That will be a major contribution that they can make. They make a sacrifice. And the whole of Nigeria and West Africa, up to Gabon, up to Ghana and beyond, they will know that there's something happening.
Okay,
That is what.
Yeah. Here's why that may be difficult to achieve. I'll give an example using South Cameroon, Northern Cameroon or Southern Cameroon, who left Nigeria. Now, when the referendum was organized, or they were asking for it, they could not get it. What they did was all the Senate, all the House of Representative members who were in that government all walked out. They walked out and refused to come to the Senate. So that was that referendum was not done and passed, and they now voted to leave Nigeria. But you see, the greed in the people that represent us today, because you and I know they're not actually representing the Igbos. It is their masters that put them there. The same thing we can say of majority of them in the West, in the Yoruba land. The people didn't vote them. They got themselves in, and they know. You see, why is everybody going to APC? They are going to APC because they know that once Tinubu says approved, they are back. In fact, I don't need to go further. I shouldn't even infer. The governor of Akwa Ibom State said that much. He said he doesn't want to jeopardize his second coming, because once you are in APC, you win election. Okay, so that is why he moved to APC. Now, because of that, let me tell you something. You think Igbos voted Hopo Zodema in the Imo State? You even think that Igbos voted Soludo? Compared to people who, compared to Emeka Ihadioha, is whether in book or otherwise, or intelligence, is Hope close to knowing as much as Emeka Ihadioha knows? No. So the question is, are we look at the guy, the charlatan that is in Ebonyi State. Who put him there? Is it Ebonyi people? No, it's David Omai. Okay. So
that is why I'm saying the political option is going to be difficult. We can't trust them.
The reason why it's
they are
going to be
failed.
difficult, Tony, I'll just go in there before you cut me. That is, Nnamdi Kanu can say, you know what, we are doing this. Not everybody will do it, because like my late father told me, saboteurs have always been in Igbo land. They sabotaged everybody. Okay, they've always been there.
Yeah, even with the NLC, but we can have some substantial compliance. It's not you can have because they have trade unions. I mean, they have unions and so on and so forth. You see, no matter how it, even if it is 60-70%, the effect will be felt. Everybody will feel it. They will know that something is happening, and that's the message you want to pass. First of all, that could be a beginning. Because if you go out to demonstrate, to protest, they kill you. You tell the politicians you can't trust them. Who use the power that you have that will not cost a bullet, it will not cost you to go to the street, it will not cost you. Lock up your shop. Come to your shop, say there, lock it up, no trading, nothing goes on. They do it for some time. When they do sanitation or they do this thing or something happen, they lock up shops, no trading, everybody, people are going around to make sure there's compliance. You can do it. You lock up nationwide. Maybe you do it the first time, it will you get maybe 50% or 40%. Be consistent, because you want to pass a message that will it will pain everybody will feel it. I know what happens when there's Christmas or something, when Igbos go home. If they can do it for Christmas or some of those holidays, they can lock up their shops. Why can't they do something? Because those are the people that you can trust. You can't trust the politician. You can't trust the government. You can't trust the lawmakers. You can't trust nothing. You can. So you just sit down like that and just pray and hope that why do it on Monday? What is strike is the Monday doing? You're punishing yourself now. It's only within some few states in southwest. I mean southeast. What is it doing? It's actually nothing. It's a national problem.
Remember that
it's a national problem. It's not just the Igbo man's problem. It's a national problem. And everybody must feel it. And then everybody, if you feel it and the thing is biting, say, I beg, we have to address this thing. Nobody's going to kill you. Are they going to come to your shop and begin to kill you? Are you protesting? Nobody's going to kill you. I don't want to sell. So you must begin to look at, listen, we have to think outside the box. All these protests, you go out there, they throw tear gas, they keep people run out, people die for nothing. And family lose their children and so on, and it's gone. Nobody remembers them. Nothing. Okay? So since they have become like Eneke the bed, so change your strategy. Yes, now. So change your strategy. Changes. This fight has to be fought. Now, that means we bring a new front, a new battlefront. While others are doing what they're doing, the political tough, talking and going on the most. Add this economic one. Well, people will feel it. People will feel it. People will feel it. People will feel it. You don't need to kill anybody. Lock up your shop. Lock up your shop. Don't do it in the east. They are punishing your people. Do it nationally. Lock the place up. Let all of us suffer. Let all of us suffer.
Okay, I see your point, and it's something that is worth considering. The power that's be right now is not taking that order. Rather, they are more concerned about what they can extract from the people.
KJ, this one you don't need to take permission from the police. You take permission from yourself. You don't need to take permission from anyone, from governor, from local government chairman, or from politician. You don't need to. You decide.
I agree with you. It's a question of looking for a leader. Let me tell you something. Danny Wayang, who is the national chairman, the presidential candidate of one of the Young People's Party, was IYA or so. He said something very interesting. He said, you see, the only reason why they fear Nnamdi Kanu in the Southeast, the politicians, is because Nnamdi Kanu is the only leader in the Southeast who mobilizes people without money. They just say that Nnamdi Kanu is coming, the whole village will shut down and come out. He said, yes, if he wants to go to his community now and he says he's coming, people may come to his community. People may come and see him. And some won't even come out. But if they say Nnamdi Kanu is coming, everybody comes out. So as far as he's concerned, that is the only leader right now in the Southeast, and that is what they are afraid of. That's what they're afraid of, Mr. Tony. You know, the people, the bad politicians know that if he's out, they will not come back to the seat. They know that. They know that if he's out, they can no longer play to the gallery, go to the north, go and get power, and then come and serve in the east and be wearing agbada and red cap up and down, and tell us that you are a minister. You know, my boot. You know, so you have been
Oscar,
right.
thank you. I saw what Oscar posted, but you know we have to start. We must begin to think outside the box because these politicians, they are not going to go. They are not going to let go. They are not. They are not going to let go. They are desperate.
Yeah, but
You
then,
know,
see.
You go to court, they are there. You go to police station, they are there. You come out, they kill you. So what do? You sit down.
Who in the Southeast can you point now that can mobilize the people?
You say?
Who in the Southeast can you point to now to say this one can mobilize the people of the Southeast?
I've just told you. You don't need the politicians to do. They do nothing. You don't leave them. Let them fight their battles.
Thank you.
You leave them. Let them fight.
Tony, hold on. Mr.
What is here? Let them. What is ready to? What is ready to say something?
I've been listening at them.
Let's have your view.
No, I've been listening, and the reason why I'm joining you guys is essentially to endorse the view Tony's just canvassing. No, because I had this afternoon I had a kind of telephone conversation with a cousin of mine in Nigeria. So look, one can put it this way: there's no alternative to politics and politicking. Okay, and I'm not talking about the politics of those that are in power, that are seeking political office. No, but politics of the people. The power actually belongs to the people.
Yeah.
That's really what we have to kind of run into our ears and ears of our people. People have to engage. People have to be part of the process. There's no alternative, right? So, because now those that are our representatives, senators, members of the House of Reps, whether we elected them or not, whether they represent us or not, that's a different question. The real question for me is what can we, the people, do? And it's quite a lot. Because the way it works everywhere, this thing we call politics, it's not a child's play. We have to begin to take it seriously. But our people don't, and that is the problem. And that basic problem, until we tackle it, we're not going anywhere. I'll give you an example. Even here, those of us that we're here in the diaspora, when you call, well, not even a political meeting, but something, this thing as I'll give an example with the Biafran Remembrance Day. You know, it's politics. It's political, right? Now, because an act of remembrance is a political act, memory, and all that. You know, so whatever goes with it. And how many people turn up? You organize it. We have associations: Anambra, Enugu, Imo, Abia. We have meetings, well organized, well established meetings. And now, for example, we are planning in Manchester. We're planning for our ERG this year, a big event. All the states happen to come together, united. It wasn't a simple process. You know, it took time and it takes a lot of work. We're gonna organize it. Igbo's in Manchester, right? So, and then you see Igbos turn up, right? And put up a show, and then you know that we have people. No, but if we really know what we're doing, if we understand what politics is, the Biafra Remembrance Day should actually be more important, should actually have more profile than anything cultural thing we're celebrating. Okay, so now back to what Tony was saying. And this is what I was telling my cousin. There's no alternative to politics. Now, those of us, I'm not a member of IPOB, for example, but I won't engage in an argument with them in public. You know what I mean? So if, for example, when we are at a meeting, when we are in an Igbo meeting or whatever, then you can tell them, look, this, we don't approve of this methodology, this thing, but they are doing it. The point is, what's the vision? Okay, where are they going? And they have a role to play in this. And when it comes to politics, again, you have to be able to convince them, because you don't kind of malign them in public or disgrade them, disagree with them publicly or whatever. It will be, I'm not saying it's gonna be easy, but at least there's a chance, probability that when you begin to co-opt them, invite them, bring them to the political process, they will listen, because you need them. Again, the politics we're talking about, politics of the people, in the end, with every politics, there must be something on the table. Because, give an example with diplomacy. If you are doing diplomacy, but there's no force, okay? There's no prospect of violence, of force. That's not, there's no politics, there's no diplomacy. It won't work. Okay, so how does this happen with politics? The people, okay? The people must be able to demonstrate power and force. In the end, it boils down to, you know what I mean? I mean, real force, or if like violence. Okay? So, and that's really where politicians and government, that's the only reason they can be afraid of the people. Because if the people can't really do anything, or at least march, protest, occupy public space, maybe, as Tony was suggesting, refuse to open their shops or to trade. That sacrifice has to be there for a couple of days, for a week. Okay? So without all these elements, the combination of all these elements, we haven't started. We don't really know what we're doing. And then you think these people that are in power, they will have then they'll be playing their games. It's game of power. They're playing games. And that's the thing. So the people to be involved, and really that's task of sensitizing people, educating, political education, that's what we like. Things, as I said, people don't turn up. They don't feel that is their thing. That is the problem. How do we overcome that? That is for me, that is the primal task, the first step. Anything else we're talking about, even if look those that want Biafran restoration or whatever you call it, you ask yourself, even when you get that, and then the people are not political, the people are apolitical, don't understand the vital role of citizenship. You think that republic or that nation has any chance? No, it doesn't work. Okay, government.
Oti, aren't you being a bit primary
What?
in that analysis? Because
I'm doing what?
A bit primary in the analysis of saying that.
Well, I believe in basics.
Hold on, sir.
If you don't get the basics right, you what's your time?
Hold on now.
Okay, go ahead. Ask a question.
You see, if we say we are Republicans in nature, that means our system is already set up as a people who do things by coming together and agreeing in one voice. So if we have all agreed that this is where we are going, I don't see any.
Hold on, no, but you see, you have a wrong premise. When have we agreed?
I don't have a wrong premise. I'm talking.
No, sorry. What I mean, when have we agreed? It's because so
where and where.
No. What I mean, look.
I first started by saying we are Republicans.
Republicans, that's correct. Yes, Republicans.
Now, in my community, I'll give an example of my community and how things work. We come together and say, okay, you know what? Tomorrow, Saturday being the 28th of this month, all of us, we are going to go and cut the way to the farm, okay? And it will be done between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. Whenever time you have, but everybody must go there. That has always been how the communities are governed till tomorrow.
But that's not national politics.
No, hold on now.
We are talking about national politics.
Hold on now. So what I'm saying that there is a point, there's a convergence, okay? There's a point of convergence. If that point of convergence is built upon, we can achieve anything we want to, because we already have a unity of purpose that's been exercised for several years. It's not something we're learning to start today. That's look.
Okay, yes, but we have it in our national life.
We have it.
Really?
Have it. Yes, we have it. That is the reason why you are going to have your irigi in your wherever you are, and all of you.
No. Listen, KJ, no. You see, you're mistaken. Now, because I can tell you, because I've been, I'm on the ground. I know the amount of the effort it took us, okay, to convince people. I'm from Anambra State, right? And I belong to Anambra meeting as well, and also belong to what is called Igbo Community Manchester here. Not so, and then again, even the attendance at these meetings, not everybody, So, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the percentage. The main thing is the commitment of those that actually show up. So, but I can tell you, it wasn't easy because initially, in Anambra we have the Irigi, Enugu we do, Imo we do. It's a whole nonsense, okay? So, but then this unity coming together to have it one day, celebrate it, that is important. We achieved that, but it wasn't easy. So when you're saying that there's unity of purpose, I don't know where, so if there's such a unity of purpose, then so why are we not succeeding politically?
That is the reason why you came late. We have talked about this earlier, Tony. And the reason why we're not succeeding politically and nationally, because if everything was working perfectly in a society, there will be no laws, there will be nobody, there will be no law court, there will be no police, because people will just do the right thing. But the society will never have everybody doing the right thing. That's why you have laws, that's why you have police, that's why you have courts. So even
sorry. I think we're talking at cross purposes. So what I'm saying, I'm just kind of.
You are saying why we're not succeeding in what we're doing. I'm simply coming to the point where I'm making. If you were patient, I would have got there. Now, that means that there's always going to be some people who will not fall into place, who will not agree in what you have. They will always be there. There will always be those people who, hey, come on, Judas was sold Jesus because of how many shillings. Okay, he was among the deceased. So what I'm trying to say is that you will hardly have everybody in a society, in the community, saying the same thing at the same time, agreeing. There are all the people who do not agree, who will not agree with you, and there are all the people who will be bought over by money. That's what the Igbo society have always faced, and it's not only the Igbo society. There are other societies also in Nigeria and West Africa who have suffered that same betrayal in their communities. So when you say it's not something left to the Igbos alone. It's everybody. People are human beings, and they are bound to go for their own personal interest more than much.
Have you finished?
Yes, sir.
Have you finished? Now, what I'm saying is, okay, look, if you are listening to Tony, and I said I came actually because I just something I had in mind, okay? I want just kind of reinforce the points he was making. Look, we can use even practical or concrete examples to illustrate what is happening here. Now, for example, even this Kanu matter, you're discussing, and okay. Now, maybe we say, okay, there's Southeast governors that are holding him. It may well be, okay? But then the question really is, what are Igbos? Generality of Igbos, okay? Not IPOB. Generality of Igbos. What are we doing and what can we do? Have we done it? No. Okay? And that's where, if there is that political education, that sensitization, that grassroots, this can happen in so many fora, okay? The churches, if they, the universities, all these cultural groups, associations, right? These things can happen there. The real, we call it we formation, okay? That's where this kind of thing, and then the protest, right? So because those are representing us, whether they are representing us in truth or against our interest. But we can actually channel our aspirations, whether they like it or not. In the end, they have to come back home. Okay, they have homes, they have towns or villages, they have constituencies, right? So those are the people that are going to tell them what they have to do, whether they like it or not. Are you with me? So if the people are organized, no. But you see, it's difficult. But That is the job. There's no substitute. There's no alternative to that. Okay, people be organized. Those are representatives. You tell them what to do, and for example, if you tell them you have to, kind of do their own protest or leave the house in protest, they should be able to do that, and they should have to really obey the people because the people power belongs to the people. Is that not the definition of democracy? And then you say we're doing that. We're not started. We're not doing it. There are so many issues. Now, for example, I mean, the marginalization, obvious, blatant, everybody can, but those are representatives, they are handicapped, because maybe they are not, their positions they are vulnerable, their positions. But what are the people doing? That's the job. That's what I'm telling you. We have to have that understanding and then begin the task of sensitizing people, making them aware of the power that they have that belong to them.
All right.
Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Oti. It's good to have you. Yes, and the discussion will continue, but we will start rounding up from here. So I will start from from you. What would be your final thoughts so that we can go around and get to
right. The subject you have about Nnamdi Kanu, quite frankly, well, I don't know. I'm not in terms of paying attention today. We just kind of it's not something I follow. I know there's a court proceedings going on, but as I said, to me, really, the question I ask myself, people that are the government that that are spending money, time, and energy in this, what do they hope to gain, achieve? What kind of priority is that supposed to be for them? So I ask myself really whether this government are acting. I mean, are they being teleguided? Are they really doing this by their own will? That they have something a conscious decision, or they're just acting, following orders as it were. Okay, I don't know. It may be So in other words, because this government, our a leader, the president, these people, who do their loyalty? Where does it lie? Is it to the Nigerian people? I doubt. I'm afraid. So, and if that is the case, and then holding this trial and trying to keep this gentleman in detention, there's a bigger, the bigger good, broader, perspective of it is really they don't want anybody to raise their head to spoil the, like endanger the business, right? Which is Nigeria. With me. So that's the way I look at it, So the trial going on, and with all the pleadings and I leave this man, let's make peace, and that it's falling on deaf ears. Yeah, you ask yourself, what is going on here? What did he do? What has he done? And so really, following the trial, it doesn't so much. I mean, for me, okay, whether the witnesses are there's a merit in the case or what. To me, it doesn't. Is it material? It doesn't matter. It's as it is. It's a persecution. Okay, so it's not a prosecution. It's a persecution in the way you look at it, and therefore the question becomes: what is behind it? What is the reason? What do they want to achieve? Okay, so it's not just a legal process. It's a political persecution, and until the people. Again, it comes back to the people, okay, to say, look, we have to resist this persecution, okay? It will carry on. Yes, the peoples of Nigeria, okay, have to begin to resist persecution. We don't have a country. We are not citizens. So, the system need a reconstitution. Okay, that's my view. Yeah. We can hear you. I think you're muted, KJ? You're muted.
KJ, we can't hear you.
Sorry, Mr. Ike. I was saying, good one. I'm sorry. I was saying you are muted, Mr. I didn't even know I myself am muted. Okay, Mr. Ike, let's hear from you. Thank you, Mr. Oti, for that. Yes, sir. Ike, what's your conclusion on what we have discussed today?
My conclusion has always remained what it has been. I've been consistent with what is going on in the Southeast. It's a political situation, it's a political solution. And we have seen clearly that there is there is nothing that is going to come out of the court because they don't have any evidence. They are just playing drama in the court, So I've always believed that the best thing for everybody is for that national healing and reconciliation to let Nnamdi Kanu to go. He has a family, has a wife, he has children, he has businesses that he has abandoned for so many years. And I think that it is time for the so-called political actors in the Southeast to do something. But also I want to appreciate people like Senator Bariba and Enya Gocha, for their effort and tireless effort in making things happen. We should not forget also the problem at the federal level, because for me, as long as I'm concerned, we don't have a government in Nigeria. I do not recognize the man who is sitting in Aso Rock right now. And nothing will ever make me to recognize him as the leader of Nigeria, because if he's the leader, the genocide that is going on in Benue State by now, something would have done. Have you had any news from the government of your country? But you can see far away from Vatican, the Roman Vatican is speaking about the genocide that is going on in Benue State. You don't have a country. You don't have a government. Everybody, all the illegitimacy that is there, they are focused their mind in 2027. They don't care what happens to you. But my question to Nigerians themselves is that for how long will you be beaten for you to understand that these people mean no well for you? If we can be able to forget about tribe and religion, I want to end this word by using a political statement. Shegu Showomimo, who has been calling Mr. P.W. for the past 6 months to come back to PDP. Every day he goes to Channel, every day he goes to Arise. Everywhere he goes in Nigeria is all about Mr. P.W. come back to rescue PDP. But on the day of Salah, he went to see the man on Bodilon, and he kissed the ring of the man in Bodilon. And he came out from the meeting, and his tune of music changed. And he remembered that he's a Yoruba man. And he remembered that the man in Bodilon is more smart and intelligent than Mr. Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. Now he remembered that he has no biblical cord with PDP, which means that he has right to, join APC. And also, if ever is going to Shegu Showememo, yes, if he ever going to leave PDP, is going to be APC. So that politics of a Miloko, is what they are playing. When they go to meet the man at the Budulon, his people go to meet him and tell them, listen, this presidency must remain in the South and it must be there. That's what he tells other Nigerians when they go to kiss the ring. But when the people from the West go to him, he tells them, Emiloko, the presidency must remain in the South, but it is not going to be Southeast. And that's the politics that they are playing. But your brothers and sisters, people like Oju Zokalo and Omahi, these are the people and the so-called the crazy guy as the deputy Senate president, Senate speaker, who doesn't know where the national cake of Nigeria is being shared. He's only a deputy speaker of the house by paper. He doesn't know where anything is done. These are people who are being used, against their own people. When they go, they say, on your mandate, we shall sink. We don't have national assembly. We don't have national anthem anymore. Our national anthem now is on your mandate, we shall sink. That's the national anthem of Nigeria today. So if your president could go to the National Assembly to address the National Assembly and they leave the national anthem and begin to sing, on your mandate, we shall sink. I say, not for you to do. You don't have a country anymore. He didn't address Nigerians on the door of Democracy Day, but he decided to go to his party to go and address his people in the National Assembly. So I think my only advice to my Igbo brothers and sisters who don't have any other thing they do but only to attack Mr. Peter Obi, I want to advise all of you. At the end of the day, whatever a man sows is what is going to reap. The only thing that you have at this present time of Nigeria, a gift that has been given to Nigeria. Look at the way the Yorubas rally around their own people. Look at the way the Hausas rally around their people. Only the Igbos, we are Republicans. We have our own mind. You can't tell me.
Mr. Ike, Igbenweze does not mean that Igbos don't have king. It simply means that nobody can sit on the throne except God. Because we still have chiefs and Ndiozo, okay? But so the interpretation that the ordinary person who does not understand Igbo properly is saying that Igbenweze means that Igbos don't have kings.
Okay, let me ask you, Keja, I know where you are going, but the fact remains, all those traditional rulers and Indians you are talking about, they are politicians right now. Which any of them is practicing the truth? Which any of them is practicing the traditional institution? Do we even have traditional institutions in the Southeast?
That is true, because if they have even like when they Bundese and Jozo of the origin of Indians and Jozo, and we inye Tinubu and Remi Tinubu title in Igbo land of that nonsense.
But that's what we are saying, because all of them now, if you as we are talking about, as we are talking here now, you go to you go back to Nigeria and you go to your traditional ruler and you give him 10 million naira. He will, whatever you ask him to do is what he's going to do. Because as you just give an example, under normal circumstances, under normal traditions and cultures of Igbos, on what ground and on what criteria should this man and his wife be given a chieftaincy title in Igbo land? But that's what I'm telling you. Because they are all, because they have, if this man, listen, if this man could go and rent bishops, if he could go and rent bishops and rent traditional, everywhere he go, he rent traditional, you don't see how many traditional rulers that Soludo rented for him when he came to Anambra State. It is what it is, my brother. All those traditional rulers, Soludo go and rent and give them red cap, red cloth and red cap. How many of them is really traditional ruler in the Southeast? It is what it is. So I'm not. What we am saying here is not fun. The Igbos, listen. There's something I said yesterday in this platform. I think Tony was there. No, if anybody think that voting for Mr. Peter Obi, you're doing Mr. Peter Obi favor, you must be the most stupid human being ever that God has created. You're not doing Mr. Peter Obi any favor.
I agree.
If he decides that tomorrow Mr. Peter Obi is in London right now, if he comes back tomorrow and call a press conference and say that I have stopped anything that has to do with Nigerian politics, what does he has to? What does Mr. Peter Obi got to lose?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. So if you think voting for Mr. Peter Obi are doing him favor, you are not even supposed to be a human being.
Okay.
So
all right, sir.
I want to end like this. I am proud to be an Igbo man. And I will forever be proud to be an Igbo man. And if I die, if there are real reincarnation, I am going to reincarnate as an Igbo man. And I am proud of who I am as an Igbo man. And I love my culture. And I love my tradition. And I love my people. And there is no way I'm going to live in this planet Earth that will change me not being an Igbo man.
Bam.
East, west, north, and south, I will remain an Igbo man. And I am proud to say it anywhere. So, my brothers and sisters, the problem we have in the Southeast is few people. They are not, in Nigeria, they're not up to 2,000. So in the Southeast, they're not up to 50 people that are holding down the Southeast. Until when we, the people, decide to rise and say enough is enough.
I agree.
Chase away people like Uzodimanu. Go chase them, naked them at the government house and chase them away from government house. And tell them that Imo State belongs to us. The spirit of the Samuel Lumbakwe will continue to haunt these people for the rest of their life. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Ike. Thank you for that conclusion. Mr. Tony.
Thank you, Ike, and thank you, Oti. You know, the Yorubas have a saying, and I'll just say it in Yoruba. It says "Kokoroto." Okay, let me leave that one. Let me use. Yes, I wanted to say "Kokoroto Jeff" for RF for lower, but let me use another.
I learned it from Tunde Bakari.
Yes, let me use another one that is close to that. The thing where they make he go to the smell, Obukan, they for him body.
Okay.
So what we have been doing is smelling. We are hearing the smell, smelling, and we have, as long as we continue to in fact, we have gotten to a stage where the smell now has become a nice perfume for us. It's no longer embarrassing. It's no longer so. It's become normalized, and the smell will remain there. The stench will remain there. You see, Tinubu is playing a good politics, like him or hate him, because he defined the part of his politics. You steal it, you snatch it, you run with it, and he has continued to run with it. He has deployed all machinery to make sure that he stays in power. That's a strategy. Now, we are sitting down and we're looking. You go to the police, no way. You go to the court, no way. You go to INEC, no way. You go to the media, he has a powerful media, outlets that are always pumping something there, whether true, whether false, and people are believing it. You go out to demonstrate at your own peril. So what do you do? That's the question. What do you do if you think that the government is not doing well? For instance, let us take insecurity, because we can disagree in so many, but in the area of insecurity, we know there is a serious problem. Nobody is going to give this government a pass when it comes to insecurity, security. Nobody, not even his most admired, those who admire him most. When our security chiefs are beginning to say we have to adopt a spiritual option, when renowned generals are saying defend yourself, take up arms and defend yourself, when the former head of state is supporting that, when chief security officers are saying that is the way to go, that means that you can no longer look on government. It's sad. That means that the major responsibility that government has to protect life and property, it has failed. So if you continue to rely on the government, or you continue to ask the Pope to pray for you, or you continue to look for Donald Trump to come and help you, you are wasting your time. Now, so you must think now is the time to now say, what do we do? You look at your politicians, forget them. They are thinking of 2027 and their money. So what do you do? That's what we should be thinking now. What do we do? Because if you allow them, they continue to rough shots over you. And that's what they have been doing. And it will continue unless something happens. Now, I don't believe in bloodshed, destroy, burn. That it has never worked. Lives were lost, and that will end. They will give some people money, and that. Now, you need to do something. That smell that is smelling, how do you stop it? That's the critical question. How do we stop the smell and get this Obukan to stop smelling? That is the critical issue before us. And for me, I just gave one idea, one that will not shed any blood, even though it will cost people. But the effect will reverberate all over Nigeria and beyond. That's one strategy. There can be so many other strategies. We need to begin to rethink our current strategy. It's not working. We can't look at our politicians at this time. We cannot look at the cost. They have disappointed, they have sold out. We can't look at them. So the people will now have to redefine the strategy that they have to use. And this must transcend ethnic and religious boundaries. And so, if you ask me what I'm going to say, Amechi has said stone them. It's because people are not stoning us. That's why. Of course, he's going to say that because he's angling for political office, so he wants to play the good ball. If you speak the truth, you're in trouble. You criticize the government, you're in trouble. So they call you, if you speak, they call you like they call show more. They call you and you talk and you change, or like voila, or like they talk to you and grease your palm, and then suddenly you become born again and you change your. So if we really mean to bring change, like security, I tell you, for instance, take Benue State, what is happening. If I were the president, I'm going to fire the police commissioner. Or I give him an ultimatum. I'm going to give the army chief ultimatum. When Anini was mesmerizing Bendel State, IBP called Ian, what is his name? IGP of police. Ian, what is his name? What is from the south? He called him. So what's happening in Delta State? And he gave him an ultimatum. And he deployed his deputy, Dr. Merben, to go down there to go and solve the problem. And he did. If you fire the IGP, who is supposed to have retired, if you give him an ultimatum, if I give you so 1 week, 2 weeks, I must get solution to this problem. If you tell, it's not just asking the chief to relocate to Benue. If you give him an ultimatum, in the next 2 weeks, if I don't get results, you are fired. Okay. The government must have willpower. The government. This is critical, because if they can invade an army barrack, they can also invade Asurok. I'm telling you, they have got.
Brother Tony, sorry to cut in. The
Yes.
man you are saying to give ultimatum to these people.
Yes.
These people you are telling him to give ultimatum are his instrument for 2027.
Yeah.
Fine.
So
I am speaking.
If you are waiting for when he came back from France, remember when he came back from France, he called a meeting of the army chiefs.
I am speaking from the side of the government, because it is in the interest of the government to make sure that the country is secure. Because if it doesn't, it will consume him. It will consume the government itself.
They believe that in this situation is the only way they can win an election.
Now, on the part of the ordinary Nigerian, there are things that they can do. And I just itemized one. There are things that they can do. There are things they can do. So that's what I'm saying. This is now the time. We have talked, we have cried, we have said that's not helping. They are deaf, they are not listening. Some of them, 1 or 2 people who have spoken at the floor of National Assembly, you saw how they were treated. They shut them down. So this is now the time. It's up to Nigerians to now say, listen, I'm not saying kill anybody, But it's now time for us, both those who are at home and abroad, to now begin to mobilize.
All right.
We're not going to wait. We're not going to wait till 2027. We can work also, but this is the time now to begin to conscientize people, to begin to mobilize. People would know the danger that this country is sitting on a keg of gunpowder, and if it explodes, it's going to consume everybody.
Okay.
Let me stop there.
Thank you so much. And the beat goes on, the discussion goes on and on and on and on. It's not going to be an end as what we have been able to analyze today. But what have we been able to touch on today? The fact that one injury to one is to one injury to all. Many years ago, to precise around 2017, before 2017, a certain man called Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was talking about what is to come. And one of the predictions he made was that while you are busy trying to deal with the Igbos, you are going to leave your forest open and the Sahel will come in. The people from the Sahel will come in and they will take over your land. And that is happening now. I am so pained because Benue is the food basket of the nation. Those places they are attacking are the places that produce the most food in Benue. Yewa and Gwe local government, I mean, Gbajimba, around Gbajimba, yes, Guma local government, are some of the places that food you see, you can buy as much as 100, 200, 300, up to a trailer load of yams on the road, not even inside their farms. So it has become a major farm market where trailers come all around from Nigeria to come and buy food stuff. Before now, they were also attacking Okum local government. Okum local government is also another place where they produce a lot of yams. A lot of yams. These are major West African yam markets. Now, people are no longer going to farms in Benue. They are running for their lives. People are running from Gwe local government, Alede. They are running from Otukpo local government. They are running from Utonko, from Egumale, Utonkon, Utobi, Akpa. Where do you expect this majority of people to feed from, since you are stopping them now from going to farm? Aguila is no longer functioning because the villages have been taken over by Fulanis. And when we say it here, some people think we are playing to the gallery. We are not here to play to any gallery. None of us will benefit anything. The money that you and I are sending to our people can better be used in doing something for us here if they were having a good life. Majority of you will not even be in a foreign land if you had security and a minimal provision of light. But here we are. We are again politicizing what is going on in Benue. When we are talking about it many months ago, certain individuals were saying here that it was orchestrated by PDP because the governor is afraid of being voted out of office. The governor has been voted out of office right now, and it's still going on. In fact, the worst is going on because Benue have not had it this bad before. In a day, we had 200 people being fired before their time. What else can you say? I have gone to do a documentary in Dogonahawa in Plateau State, okay, where there's a mass burial of 500 people, 500. It is still there. The mass grave is still there. I have pictures. I have videos. Now, why am I saying that? This is, again, another number that's closer to that one in the same nation. And we think that this is what the world is celebrating for us. We think that this is something that can continue forever. We think that this is something that has become political. There's nothing political about buying somebody's life because you cannot take what you cannot replace. So let us wake up and put politics aside Because whether you like it or not, as long as you are not one of those people carrying out this evil, it will come to your doorsteps. It will come to your family. It will come to your local government. It will come to your state. They're not about to stop because the system is supporting them. Those who are supposed to checkmate them are saying they are worthy to be who they are because they can be presidents, they can be governors, they can even join the army. I have a video I don't want to play because of time. And a serving army officer was saying how they bring them in and put them into the army. We said it here. They said it's not possible. Now people are coming out with those testimonies of how these things are happening and how they are putting them into the army and sending them to the southeast. And then tomorrow they turn around and tell us they are unknown gunmen. We know the gunmen and we know where they are from. There's nothing like unknown gunmen. We know who they are and we know what they can do. Because we are in a new era, the culture of the Igbos have not changed. And somebody was arguing earlier saying we are talking about, today we chose to talk about Nnamdi Kanu. And I'm not going to be apologetic about that because I'm Igbo or because I'm talking about Nnamdi Kanu. That was in the past when it makes us feel like talking about Igbo or our tribes is something that is evil. We have gone beyond that point now. We are telling the stories, our own stories ourselves. You like it, listen, okay. If you don't like when you tune in and you see we're talking about this thing, you can go off and come another day when we're talking about you people. Okay. We're also open to discussing. If you want, you can bring stories for us. We'll discuss about it. In fact, I don't have enough information to discuss certain story that goes on in the north, but I'm putting together this Benue story. I'm not going to let it go, and I'm going to pursue it to a large extent. If I get someone who is coming to who comes on the platform to talk on Benue issue, I'll be glad to do that. I've already sent 2 of my friends invitation. If they take it, okay. But you see, today, Nigeria, a lot of people hate to talk about Nigeria because once you talk about it, you are marked down. Federal locations, so the small largesse which you used to get or contract you used to get from government, it dries up. But shall we continue? Okay, like St. Paul said, shall we continue in sin that the grace of God may abound? Shall we? No, obviously not. Never. Okay, so we must talk about it because these are human beings. You know, ndị Igbo na-atụ ilu say egburu ezu onye ọzọ na-aga ọ dịka ọ bụ okunku ka ebu. These are not okunku. These are not firewoods they are carrying. These are 200 plus human beings. They're not firewood. They are not firewood. It could happen to your community. So let us not go down and sit down and cross our hands and say, "Ke sera sera, what will be. God has given, God has taken." It is not God has taken this one. No. It is you people and your bad government have taken this people. It's not God. So let's wake up and deal with our issues and know how to handle it. Nobody is going to come from Africa to come and help Africa. If you like, whatever you like, do. The day they get tired of us, Odiro, according to the Yoruba, you know, they can. You know, I don't know how true it is, but I was just, watching a program today, and they're saying that the British people are preparing to stop immigrants from become nationalizing. You can come and live as long as you want, and they will not give you any, nationality. What are they going to do? So the earlier we just sit down and discuss the Nigerian question and discuss what is happening to our government and why we're not effective and how we can bring remedy to it, the better for all of us. The better for all of us. We leave that as Benue as that. The other issue we're looking forward to is the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. You cannot tell me, and there's no justification, even if I wasn't Igbo, I would not have accepted that a man who has a radio transmitter and is broadcasting history, documentations of what has happened in the past, in your past, is more criminal than somebody who has taken over territories, hosted flags, collecting tax revenue from your people, and then at the same time buying them on daily basis. In fact, there was the guy called Truji. He said when he's happy and wants to celebrate, he goes out to kill people. We showed you here a picture of the most wanted of them who went to have peace talk, and it was the army that were guiding him, gentlemen and ladies. Is that how a nation that wants to go somewhere behaves? Is that how we should behave? Okay. Meanwhile, there is numerous numbers of people in the southeast where there's peace harassing the people. The people who are shooting down your Air Force jets, they are the good ones. People who are buying your Nigerian soldiers, they are the good ones. The ones who are buying your people, they're the good ones. You are settling them. Meanwhile, the people who they've dislodged from their communities are in IDPs. They've left their farms. They've left their villages. They are in IDPs in primary schools with little or nothing, no government assistance. And you tell me that system, I should agree that Nnamdi Kanu is the one who is the evil? We know the reason why they are after Nnamdi Kanu, especially the North. Because he opened the eyes of the Northerners. He spoke the forbidden words. He asked the forbidden questions. What are those questions? Who is the Hausa man who is an emir in the Hausa land? How many Hausa people are representing the Hausa people in the federal government? How many Hausa men are ministers? He asked a question that is hard to answer. It's hard for you people to swallow. The Fulanis can't swallow it. And he said to you finally, how many of your language are being used? And he said openly, they used to be Hausa Fulani, but now they say they are Fulanis. They're no longer Hausa because they've gained dominance. These are the reasons why Nnamdi Kanu remained the most wanted man in the North. He opened the eyes of all of us, the Igbos, the Yorubas, the Fulanis. Even the Fulanis, their eyes were open. The Hausas, the Igede, Basange, Tiv, all of us who listened to him got one form of knowledge or the other for which we didn't know before. You know that the Hausa has the 5 Hausa states called the Banza Bokwe. If you didn't do history, I did a lot of it. How many of those Banza Bokwe now is in the hands of the Hausas? None. So those are the questions that have made him to be the most wanted man in the history of Nigeria. They spend 500 million every time they bring him to court, according to their explanation. Is that money being spent judiciously? The answer is left with you. But that's why we leave it today, as we will look forward to having again another session. Most probably Dr. Damages will be here. If not, we will also come to you next week. This week we are going into with another very interesting topic of the day which we'll discuss. Remember, our desire is to bring these things to the fore so that we can bring lasting peace in our Nigeria as a nation. The work of the journalists. Some of you come and you have a problem with journalists. Our work is to talk, is to bring the questions that you are not able to ask to the people and ask them those questions. Sir, with due respect, just like Oseni will say, answer this question, because that is the work of the journalist, to hold you accountable, you in the public office. If you don't want to be held accountable, leave public office. But not that when the journalist asks you, come and tell him that he read agricultural science. So what? He no go school. If you read animal husbandry, you should have read journalism. Do you need to read journalism before you can? In a doctor, is it medicine? Not be medicine, my brother. So what are we saying here? We're saying that we are not the problem. We don't have a dog in the fight. We are just simply doing what we are trying to do. Ask questions, get answers for you, probe the people who you are giving authority, giving them money. Let them answer the questions. Let them tell us what they are doing with the people's money. It is not that you take, hey, I forgot to talk about this, but let me put it before leaving because it's so annoying. Babangida built the international conferences at 250 million naira at the time he built it in 1991. You come into 2025, you renovated it. You didn't build it. You did a renovation of that international conference center. Okay? with 350 billion naira, not from the scratch. Not that you remove part of the knockdown part of the structure and rebuild another thing. You only put decoration. That's what it is. You put decoration. In fact, the decoration that Babangida put is even better than what you put now, because I know how it was. I did my wedding in that international conference center. Okay, the church I used to attend when I was in Abuja was international conference center. So I drive into international conference center 2 times in a week. So the main auditorium which they innovated, which they put all that in and put the name there, was finer when IBB built it. The lighting was superb than that nonsense they put up there now. And they collected 350 billion naira. Who is fooling who now? Who is fooling who? You know, who is fooling who? We must ask these questions. And when they come, and Husseini is asking them that question, they get annoyed. They get annoyed. Are you doing it with your money? Why? IBB, who built it, didn't change the name to his IBB International Conference Center. He put it International Conference Center. You that didn't build it, that you only renovated it, you are changing the name to your name, and Nigerians are going there to clap hand. What are we that dumb? Nobody's asking a question. Are we that dumb? Nobody's asking. You all go and line up. And then, see, I used to be a performing artist. You know one of the reasons why I stopped? One day I was performing, I realized that those people sitting in front of me, I was even, I had more education than them. I mean, I said to myself, and I'm not being proud, I said to myself, I shouldn't be doing this any longer. Who are these charlatans? Because they are politicians. They can't even speak English, So what am I saying? Until we come to that point where all of us are annoyed, just the way I was annoyed, and say, we can't go and come and the people will not go there. You go and commission it yourself, and after 2 they will go and remove those names there. Until that happens, Odinkano was saying that what Wike is doing is going to rescript what has already been done in Abuja and return the road and call it commissioning. You know, see as R5 open new places in Abuja. You know, see the places, it's R5 that opened it. You know, see, all those life camp and all those extensions, it is R5 that open. Why don't you open your own site? Since you want to show us you develop, you are a developer. They are praising your song, they're singing your song because they are building house for traditional rulers so they can help you rig election. We know all these things. Let us wake up. Is that we want to build a nation or we don't want to build a nation? And on that faithful note, we want to say thank you so much for everyone who has supported us in this journey so far. And my brother, Oscar, yes, Mr. There's this guy, I don't know how to call it, Judescala. Okay, thank you so much. You are the first person who gave us a cup of tea today. Thank you. We appreciate your contribution. You did very well. And my brother, Oscar, the Blackstone himself, thank you so much for your support. We appreciate it. You guys are the ones keeping the channel running because Rudolph alone cannot keep it all running. He has to pay some certain bills. We're just here talking. We're enjoying the privilege that Rudolph money is bringing. So if you can help us, we'll be here more often, than we are doing now. And then, of course, you are free to write to Rudolph. We have put the ad there. You can write him and tell him if you feel that we should talk about a topic we're not talking about, we can actually research on it and be able to do that. The women's segment will return. They're not coming today, but please bear in mind that they're going to come back with a very, 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 very serious discussion, which I didn't think we did enough research on that, so we couldn't present it today. But it's a story of a Nigerian woman called
Ifunanya.
Ifunanya's story has been trending, and we won't take it, and Dr. Adama will do a lot of good on that. Her and Ori Agotokwe, they will be able to dissect it, and then we can have a very resounding discussion on that. I thank you guys very well. Tony, you have been all here right from the beginning. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here all the time. We appreciate your contribution. and the angle that you bring, you want us to lean and understand. Mr. Ike, thank you also. You've spoken so eloquently, and your support for Peter Obi is, I'm not a Peter Obi guy, but now I've decided to join Peter Obi gang because of you. So that yes, we can bring some peace. A man of peace. When a man of peace gets into the place of authority, peace will follow the land. When a man of krukere and certificate forgery enter, others to get forgery. You can see what's happening in Wayek and Jam and all the rest. So thank you for that support for Mr. Obi. And Oti, thank you also for your balanced view. I may not always agree with you, but your view is welcome because you have a way of doing the things. But every one of you bring a different different flair to the table, and it's enjoyable. It's enjoyable to listen to. It's entertaining for every one of us. There are millions of people who accept your views, and there are millions of others who also have one or two questions to ask you. But whatever way it is, we accept that continuous talking will bring more peace than fighting. We pray that that will never be our portion. Even though as we are in this thing, I got an alert from my phone saying President Trump is saying that America may get into the flare. Our prayer that America should not get into this thing, because many people are waiting for America's reaction, and that will determine how the rest of the world will play. We pray that God will save us and keep America and keep every one of us alive, but war will never bring the result. What will bring the result is to sit down and discuss. I thank all of you, and I pray that we'll be able to have this discussion next week on this same place. I usually like to live with my sister, who is beautiful in singing, and on this faithful note, I say thank you all so very much. Thank you, Mr. Tony. Thank you. Okay.
Nekwekwe kona bia Nanya na kebe Nekwekwe kona bia Ebem jelu ekweje Gwanu mi femgeme Omo abatano Gwanu mi femgeme Ejimgugwo Ekwe mbadike ekwe mbadike ekwe anọkwa mbeme ijelubia iwe bụ akpa ego wee bịa iwe dọkwasị m n'ụkwụ iwe na-ayọ m wee jụ iwe na-ebe akwa ị na-ebe akwa onye na-eti gị ekwe mbadike ekwe onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya onye ife m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya selense